Ladies and gentlemen who are watching the VOD that I just hit record on, welcome to Disaster Averted. Hell, the autosaves are fixed too. I actually do have the game on Steam, yes. That's what we originally played back in the day. 5 years ago. We're just gonna make another backup save here for no reason. Just in frickin' case. What am I at? Ah, right. We had just become maids. Beautiful, gorgeous maids. Oh my god. Yeah, which is strange, because I actually... one of the things I did to try and fix the problem was I went and manually looked for Steam's copies of the saves, because that was obviously that. They weren't there! So it saved the Steam copy of the saves in some strange location or online. I'm not actually sure which. But it's not on my computer in the actual save folder. So I'm not actually sure where exactly it decided to pull those saves from. Oh my god. So now I have to kill Cord, as per usual. Thank you, Cord, very, very much for the sub. Very much appreciated, sir. Stab. What's funny is if you remember, I've had cloud saves turned off over on Steam for a while. At least since the XCOM run. You remember that? That's when we officially turned those off. XCOM 1, by the way, not 2. So that was years ago. GOG's cloud saves are already off, which was even more confusing. That's why I was saying I think this is what's happening, but I have no idea. Anyways, thank you very much, Cord. I will put that towards dealer's choice. And thank you very, very much, Narset. Very much appreciate your support. Thank you. Although you didn't... And thank you, Ciela, for continuing to watch my show despite everything. Okay, let me jot all that down now that my heart attack is over. Oh my god. No, Gum Gum. There's not really a lot of reason to try and monopolize elements on a planetary scale. I'm sorry, on a galactic scale. It doesn't work that way. They can try on a planetary level if they wanted to. That could be Von Falkenstein, because as you say, and as was pointed out, Steam did update very recently. It's just strange, because, in fact, actually, now that you say that, I'm 90% certain I did have Steam up a few times while previously playing this, because I usually do my Star Trek Online thing in the morning. Whatever. His Grace ordered me to hire additional staff. They've only just arrived at the castle today. Hey, you're pretty cute. Thank you. I don't get the feeling we've met before. Do you stare so hard at every young lady you've seen? I hope you're not thinking any untoward thoughts. I'd rather think His Grace and the Colonel would disapprove. It's not like that. We're the elite. We wouldn't do that. All's well, then. Will you please allow us to pass? Oh, my goodness. Boy clothes. Now. Good morning, Blackwell. Why are you always so self-conscious? Where's the princess who's tending to the queen? I guess that's just gossip, then? You'd have to ask Her Majesty for the full details. Second floor of the Royal Keep. I'll take you there. I'm gonna make a few saves here. I was actually kind of hoping that too, Dream Whisperer, but whatever. Good morning, Mazanaka. It's the evil one. I mean, Queen Alicia. First time we've actually shown her. Absolutely, Narset. Any form of donation, whether it be Patreon, direct donation through PayPal, donation through Donor Box, donation through Bits, or donation through Sub, can all be put towards a run. Alicia Vaughn, I'm not going to try. 26th Monarch of the Nation of Liberal. God, is Drakengard really in the vault? Wait, isn't that a PS2 game? Hang on. Hang on, I may have to axe that one. Let me check something. I remember looking into this, but I don't remember what I came up with. Pause the stream. Pause the stream. No, okay, we're cool. Apparently Drakengard has been ported forwards. Wait, no, it hasn't. It has not been ported forward. Crap. Hang on. God damn it. This one I'm just going to have to buy more equipment. No. Give me a second. We're just going to pause the stream. Everyone gets to wait for a minute. I mean, technically it has been ported forward, but only in the PAL region. Okay, so let's do this. And then let's look for Drakengard. We could be in luck. Or not. Okay. PS2 emulation is finicky as crap. In fact, I've actually never gotten it working properly and successfully. PS1 emulation's pretty finicky too. And that's it. Everything else we're fine with. For the most part. Give me just 1 second. We're just going to keep pausing the stream since we're just paused at this point. We're just going to accept it. Hit the stream break, you know. Come on. By the way, you might hear some weird things in just a second here. Don't stress. Don't worry about it. Hello? This is strange. See, the problem is I didn't actually know that Drakengard was on the list. I completely forgot about it. Probably because only $6 has been put towards it by one person. There it is. See, that's interesting. That shouldn't be like that. That's fascinating. Why don't we go ahead and do this? No, Zobe, absolutely not. Abso-freaking-lutely not. No. No. All right, take two. What are you doing? Okay, I was going to... This is my PS3 right here. I was going to pop on my PS3 and just see what's going on and see if it's on the PSN. You know, just check manually. Should have taken 5 seconds. I should have already been done with it. But as you can see, my PS3 is doing very strange things. I don't even know what to make of this. I sure hope I didn't just lose my PS3 right after the Suikoden 2 run. Which, honestly, that would just kind of be my luck right now. Yeah, we're just going to give up on that for right now. Well, we've already solved one tech issue for the day. Let's just, No. I'm going to go ahead and just say no to Drakengard right now. That's cool. May end up axing that from the list. We'll see. We'll have to look into that later. At this point, I'm tempted to just axe the PS1 and PS2 entirely and just be done with it. This is getting ridiculous. Moving on. We met the Queen. Hey, look, it's the Queen. I'm a junior bracer of the Bracer Guild. And I'm Joshua Bright of the same affiliation. Correct, Dream Whisperer. It's a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Estelle and Joshua, I've truly been looking forward to meeting you both. I regret I cannot offer you proper hospitality, but I have prepared some tea. Please have some and relax. So Professor Russell asked you to bring this information. Pitch black orbment capable of negating all other orbital energies. And he said the Colonel has it. Professor told us you might have some idea what he intends to do with it, Your Majesty. Can you tell us anything? I have but a vague idea, but I do not think the Colonel even knew of it. Perhaps I'm worrying about nothing, but even so... roughly 10 years ago, a massive orbital reaction was detected beneath Granzel. Definitely not in some ancient ruins. Professor Russell is the individual who came to investigate. It was far deeper underground. Professor Russell was under the impression it might be a relic of the ancients. I said it wasn't the ancients. It was a bona fide artifact. Most artifacts I know of have lost their function, like the mechanisms on top of the towers. But every now and again you find one that still functions, like Mayor Dalmore's family heirloom. And something that, like that, is beneath Granzel. So what does that tell us about the gospel? Maybe it could be used to halt artifacts' functions? Yes, however, we were unable to establish the nature of the artifact or why it was buried beneath the city. But it's beyond my imagining how the Colonel could know of its existence. Professor Russell's research was kept on strictly confidential and off the record. In any event, it seems likely trouble is on the way. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Honestly, just as I start to think maybe the Colonel might be a slightly nicer guy than we give him credit for, but someone's trying to stir up trouble, that's when the bracers come in. No, the Colonel's a cool guy. We won't let it get away with whatever evil scheme he's trying to pull off. Parasite Eve. Oh my god. Can you do me a favor and pick something that's not a PS1 or PS2 game? Could you do me that favor, please? While we're in limbo on the PlayStations. Someday, eventually, game over, Nate, but not today, no. So, your father was a friend of my late son's and a great savior to the nation. Even after he retired from the army, he would sometimes undertake requests for me. I imagine there are a great many things about him you don't know. What's wrong with the PS1? Everything! Including the precise role he played in the war 10 years ago. I assume you have not been told. Nothing super detailed. Will you indulge me by listening to an old story? Oh, sure. 10 years ago, a tragedy occurred in the southern reaches of the Arbonian Empire. The cause is yet unknown, so that's something I must omit. The Empire used that event as pretext for invasion of Libero. So began the sad times that would become known as the 100 Days' War. Just as the Empire made a declaration of war, a massive military force breached the Haken Gate. In what seemed like moments, all of Libero became occupied territory, save for Granzel. It said the invasion force was 3 times the size of the entire Royal Army. The reinforcements from Calvert were too late to stop their offense. It was but a matter of time before Granzel too would fall. 2 months after the outbreak of hostilities, the war changed in a way none of us could imagine. Patrol airships had just been developed and were used to recapture Liberal checkpoints, severing Imperial Army communications. The Royal Army then set about recapturing major regions one by one, using ships launched from Leiston Fortress. Zeiss, Rowan, Bose, and Roland With their supply lines severed, the Erebonian forces occupying each region were swiftly crushed. And the one behind the plan for the counteroffensive was Colonel Cassius Bright. It was your father who was General Morgan's right hand, as well as Colonel Richard's superior officer. Afterwards, with the intercession of the Bracer Guild and the Church, the war was brought to the end. But it was at this time Cassius lost what he treasured most in the entire world. Lena, your mother, Estelle. Clock Tower was destroyed in the Imperial Army's vain attempts to hold back the counteroffensive. What followed, I'm sure you know. Cassius was not even able to be by his wife's side in her final moments. He believed the military operation he himself had planned caused her death. Blaming himself, he left the military and took up the path of the Bracer, and dropped the sword, too. All to stay with the only one he had left. You. This time he swore he would be able to protect those he loved. Given all he lost was in service to his country, the responsibility falls to me. So I am sorry, Estelle, I failed to protect your mother. I've wished to apologize to you for a long time. You don't need to apologize. You protected the peace of this country ever since the war ended. Peace Dad and the other soldiers who defended Liberal in the war fought so hard to protect. And the peace that Mom gave her life for, so I could live in it. You have nothing to be sorry for. It gladdens my heart to have finally met you in person, now more than ever. However, that is why I do not wish you to put yourself in danger. I'd like you to remove yourself from any dealing with this matter. What? But Lieutenant Schwartz asked us to help you. I thank you, and I'm grateful for your willingness, but if some tragedy were to befall you in Cassius's absence, I know of no apology that could ever suffice. I ask only you go back to your home in Rollington and wait for your father to return. Wow, if they'd actually done that, I'm curious how the events would have gone. The peace that Dad restored and you protect, though it held firm, now trembles like a leaf in the breeze. If the Colonel is able to use the gospel for whatever purpose he intends, and if he succeeds in making the Duke the new King of Liberal, what will become of that peace? I ask only that you consider that. Right when we became junior bracers, we inherited a lot of work from Dad. After the Sky Bandit incident, we got that letter and package. We're running around creation ever since. It feels to us like our dad's been nudging us on the back this whole time. That's why I want to defend peace. So that everyone we've met and everyone we care about can go on living a secure and happy lives. Just like you and Mom and Dad. I'm doing this because I believe this is right, and I want to see this through. Oh, very well. Very well. I would like you two to carry my request to the Bracer Guild. My request is for the Bracer Guild to rescue those being held captive by the Intelligence Division. Amongst them is my granddaughter. Aha! This coup d'etat started when I backed her as the successor to the throne. In other words, Duke was out of the running. Yes, though he is my nephew, he is possessed of considerable number of character flaws. In brief, where he is lacking, my granddaughter shines. For the sake of this nation's future, I would have my granddaughter succeed me. I don't know her, but I lean towards the idea that your judgment should really be trusted here. No matter the era, there will always be those who object strongly to a woman wielding political power. No comment. Not to mention the memory of the invasion by a larger power is still relatively fresh. Some of them will perceive a succession of 2 consecutive queens to be a sign of weakness. It's hardly surprising such a notion has taken root in the minds of some. Claudia's pending succession to the throne caught him quite unawares. That, along with the passing of this information to the Duke, is what led to the coup. It was all staged so Liberal could become a strong military power with the Colonel ruling from the shadows. So if Liberal becomes a militarized country, what would happen then? Taxes would be levied to fill the war chest, orbital weaponry would be developed with the express intent of causing havoc on a large scale, a wide-range policy of conscription would be adopted, and contracting Jaeger Corps would be made legal, which we talked about earlier. The Colonel has made very adamant requests I enact such policies. I thought such proposals were born out of genuine love for his country. But I never agreed that they were the right course of action to take. The Royal Army is not all that protects this land. No, you have magic, too. Defending a nation goes hand in hand with free cultural exchange and trade with other nations. Yeah. The Colonel finds such notions to be womanly and foolishly idealistic, so he demanded I abdicate the throne in exchange for Claudia's safe return. Many people have had family members taken to ensure they would dare not oppose the colonel. But I am the queen, and I will not allow all that I love about my country to be destroyed simply because of blood ties. Still, she is my only granddaughter. I cannot simply allow her to die. We hear and comply. We will rescue the princess. With that reassurance, I will do all I can to oppose the colonel's demands. Have you any other requests, Your Majesty? Gospel still has to be dealt with, and I don't think we should just leave you here. I appreciate the sentiment, but the present state of affairs is not contingent upon my freedom or imprisonment. The gospel shall continue to weigh heavily on my mind for a great many reasons. For my part, I will attempt to ascertain the colonel's true intentions with it. Oh, that sounds fun. Now let's dress up as a maid again. Very important. All right, now that Mr. Red's back, thank you very much, Mr. Red, for the donations earlier. And thank you very much, Minyenfu, for the bits. Appreciate both of you. Thank you. You thought I forgot, but I was just delaying until, things were more settled. But neither of you told me what you want to put them towards. But Narset did. Tales of Arise. Pray. Oh, shoot. Okay, hang on. I wasn't expecting you to split them up. Give me a second. There. Okay. I hope I'm 1/10 that cool when I get old. That would probably be this positive right here, Mazanaka. Run! Just be sure not to allow Her Majesty any further discourtesy. Please relax. We're patriots to the core. Good to hear. I believe we shall be on our way. By the way, ladies, I don't think we ever got your names. Maybe we ask them? Dorothy. Pardon me, Frank, it just doesn't sound right for you. How about you, miss? You may call me Karen. It's a very pretty name. You're too kind, sir. I'm rather fond of it myself. I think it's just about enough. I sense an ulterior motive at work. Flirt, flirt, flirt. Thunderhead! Yeah, that's totally what Joshua's sounding like right now. I didn't see you shying away from joining the conversation. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I wasn't nervous. I lost all my confidence there. Hey, it's a drunk. Lady of the card. Maids, you don't look familiar. These are two of the new hires, so I'm instructing. This is Dorothy, and that's Karen. They're still quite... That's why I picked Dorothy to go in it, just in case. You look much like my niece. So, of course, the butler's kind of on our side. Dreadfully sorry for the discourtesy. No bother. You shall attend to me this evening. Your Grace? I don't think tea is what he wants served. Your Grace, your flirtations, while flattering, are best saved for another time and place. All the maids in the castle work directly in service to Her Majesty, Queen Alicia. I trust you've not forgotten. I know. Some people can't appreciate a joke. That's not a joke. The castle will be mine in a week's time anyways. Heck. We can set aside some fun time then. I don't mind when you drink to excess, but you know how your libido gets in such instances. I say this knowing full well I'll be reprimanded for it. But I said I was just joking. Enough! I'm going to bed. Dorothy, let me know if you have any problems. I'll give you the best advice the future king can give. Yes, good. I apologize unreservedly for all the fuss. His Grace will likely remember nothing of this come the morning. Please set your minds at ease. Truly sorry. Madam and young missus, I beg your pardon. I take my leave. I feel so bad for that butler. And she says, I feel so badly for him. He seems to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders. Well, Duke's probably that fat. Sounds like he's nervous all the time. I bet everything between the Duke and the Colonel has him completely on edge. By the way, what was that you were saying earlier about me being the popular one? Duke certainly seemed fond of you. I'd like to eat my food in my stomach, thank you. Alright, back before. I feel like I'm missing something. Why would the Duke want tea so late? Estelle, allow me to elucidate the matter of tea and why gentlemen should never request it in polite company. Explain. Do you understand? Yes. Ugh. Aw. Don't worry, we're going to rescue the princess. Which actually amuses me quite a bit. I was going to save again. Getting a little paranoid about the saves, I'll admit it. But whatever. It's okay, nothing will go wrong from now on. Definitely we won't have any other tech issues today. Good evening. I realize you've been invited here, but don't you think it's a bit late for kids to be walking around? Please pardon us. We've never been in a castle like this and couldn't resist taking the urge to look around. The story, J. Maria Grewell. And then Twitch dies. What else could go wrong? Hey, if it isn't my favorite gorgeous officer lady. What's going on? My students causing any trouble? No, it's just they're in the maid quarters. I merely want to know their business. Yeah, I totally get you. I sent them off to find some munchies to go with the booze. You kids find anything to eat? No, the cooks aren't back yet, I guess. I went to ask the maid if there's any way we could get our hands on something, but no luck. Oh well, I'll have to deal with that, I guess. I had a great idea. You want to come and join me for a drink? I mean, hey, nothing goes with drinks like a beautiful lady. I'm busy. You know, one of the things I like about this game is that we're low tier and that we've stayed low tier. Every time we've managed to get out of a problem has been entirely through the actions and interactions of other people, plus us. But yeah, he bluffed her. He bluffed her beautifully because what he did is it's such a common thing. You play to people's awkwardness or uncomfortableness. Although it doesn't surprise me at all that someone like Amalthea is actually not a professional. I haven't had a single drop. No way, your face had even gone red. Yeah, he focused on making his blood circulate better. It's done with some kind of Eastern martial arts breathing exercise, right? Oh, I'm surprised you're familiar with it. But yeah, you seem to be in a tight spot, so I figured I'd distract everyone. Nice, huh? Saved your bacon. You are an evil, evil man, Zen. Yes, you helped us out, but you also surprised the hell out of me. Sorry about that. What's the story? I would have thought it'd be obvious. The story of you meeting with the Queen. What? How did you... Did Elman tell you something? Actually, I couldn't get him telling me anything. But now I know anyway, don't I? Without prior knowledge, there's no way you could have just guessed. So how much do you really know? I guess it's finally time to show you this. I know this handwriting. Dear Zin Vathic, I hope this letter finds you well. I know I've been out of touch. I'm in a hurry, so I hope you'll pardon my bluntness. My work concerning the Jaegers is leading me into Imperial territory. However, due to the fact that unusual forces seem to be influencing matters inside Liberl, I feel uneasy being absent for so long. This is why I must ask a favor of you. Can I persuade you to come to Liberl and help out if they need it? Since you've been to Liberl before, perhaps you can think of it as a recreational trip. Haven't. There's a martial arts competition before the Queen's birthday celebration, and foreigners can participate. It'd make nice camouflage. I realize this is sudden, but if you can do it, I would be most grateful. I'm intending to return to Liberl before the festival, so hopefully we'll be able to have a drink together when I return. Cassius Bright. P.S. You may have the chance to meet my son and daughter. They're currently apprentices at the guild, so if you happen to meet them, feel free to test the extent of their training. Try not to bail them out too much unless it seems like they really need it. As I was saying, other people. Oh, Master Cassius a favor from the time he spent in Calvard. This letter just gave me the chance to make a square again. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. I mean, I don't mean to be unkind. I was actually talking to a friend of mine last night who has played this game. And independent of my opinion, I usually ask opinion before I give mine so that I don't influence theirs. But he kind of corroborated my overall opinion. The gameplay of this game is not good. It's got too many issues with it that really just remove it from being enjoyable. The story's good, though. It's got issues. The story has issues. I'm not saying it's a perfect story, but I've been enjoying it. Good morning, Mother Meerset. Right. I'm supposed to be letting it play at the normal pace. If you could pull off a job as big as sneaking an audience with the Queen, you're definitely his kids. Because that's how that works. So let's fill Zin in. Explain. I thought something seemed off when everyone was talking at the party. Yeah, this game right here. Trails in the Sky 1. See you around, Cord. I mean, that's kind of my point, Dakota. This is a game that I cheat to enjoy, which isn't saying much to it, but, you know. So welcome to the ancient ruins of whatever, probably. I think. It's larger than I expected. Lieutenant Lawrence, yawn. If you'd be so kind as to show us the way to the lowest level. They have robo-guards, archaisms. Hey, of course the Richard's a badass in combat. You were the quickest to react. You are indeed a force to be reckoned with when you don't hold back. You flatter me, sir. Your quick-draw technique was remarkable to behold. I can see what you've studied after the Divine Blade himself. Time waits for no man. The skills I possess now will have to be enough. My strength may be meager, but I must forge this kingdom's future with my own two hands. It could just be their trait. Introversion doesn't really have to do with whether or not they interact with each other socially. It's just... Look it up. That's not what it means. expect the best of each of you. For the glory of Liberal. Zekeil! Wait. I know, right, Mother Mirror said. It's okay. Dwemer's always had kind of, steampunky tech. So, I'm amazed you were able to deliver the Professor's message into Her Majesty in person. And I like how they acknowledge that they actually got lucky there. So, woo! Probably Dakota. Which is a shame, because honestly, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but so far I'm on Richard's side here. Like, what he is suggesting is all understandable and logical. Getting a war chest going makes perfect sense, right? Setting up conscriptions policies makes perfect sense. Accelerating the weapons program with Orbals, the only advantage we have over the other two major nations, makes perfect sense. Now, I also agree with the Queen that we need to continue going down diplomatic routes, but to completely abandon the military in favor of diplomacy is stupid. Especially with... Now, granted, I know a bit about Erebonia, so I know that's stupid. But still... Ah! This is the scene I actually referenced yesterday. I mentioned there was another scene I remember, and this is where he's talking about the ranks. There are 7 ranks, ranging from G in the bottom to A at the top. So the highest rank you can get is A? I never knew you were such a badass, Zin. Yeah, Zin's an A rank. I may be an A rank, but I'm still an underling, so to speak. There are 20 A rankers across the entire continent. But above that, there's an informal S rank. That one is only granted to bracers who have successfully resolved issues on a national scale. And there are 4 of them! You really don't know any of this stuff, do you? One of those 4 is Master Cassius. Because, of course, he's a frickin' S rank. Can I name a JRPG where I control a party of heroes where I enjoy the gameplay of? Final Fantasy VI. And Final Fantasy V, and you know what, several FFs. Also... I'll think about that one. Basically, yes, Mother Mirror said. It's probably worth getting upset about. Royal Army Soldier, Hidden Hero, Divine Blade, S-Rank Bracer. If you're really so damned awesome, it'd be nice if he came back and took care of this case. If you're a wuss, this would have never escalated to the point where a coup d'etat was even possible. Bingo. This whole chain of events apparently started with Dad going off on his trip, as if whoever planned the coup was waiting for him to be gone. Yep. Bingo. Joshua's like, nah, nobody could possibly manipulate Dad like that. By the way, their evidence for the fact that that couldn't possibly be the truth is Colonel Richards couldn't possibly manipulate Cassius that well. And they're right. Cassius couldn't be manipulated by Richard. So, speaking of which, sorry, I'm kind of reading at my own pace, but martial law has basically just been declared. Even more than it already was. I sure hope so, Mother Mirror said. If we assaulted the wrong place, we'd have hell to pay for assaulting the army. Yeah, no kidding. We must assemble the bracers currently in the Royal City. Okay, sure. Kurt, Grant, Karna, and Annalise. Check the bars and... Okay, got it. Check everywhere for 4 people. And also go to the cathedral. I can do that. Nope, it's this one, isn't it? And the newspaper, the place I'm currently going to. Haven't heard anything in 2 days. Well, he does tend to get completely wrapped up when he's looking for the next big story. But given how close we are to a state of martial law, I don't like that he hasn't contacted us either. Hey, we're looking for Neil. Were you just talking about him conspicuously being absent? He was moited. He hasn't been seen in 2 days. Dorothy playing the typical news-consuming public there. Oh no, I can't believe Neil's dead! Who said he was dead? Today's when all the airliner traffic gets shut down. Everything was normal yesterday, so maybe he's in another province? Controlling the media is a big deal for the military. I don't think it's supposed to represent anything Game Overnight. It's just a dinky, tiny little country that happened to get access to Magitech. And otherwise it wouldn't even exist anymore. If I were to speculate, Dakota, I would assume that people just threw time and money behind airships to discourage other forms of transport. Although I don't know why. Hi, that Warden. Quick, before you go, that run's already funded. Please put it towards something else. Thank you very much for the sub. As always, sir. Okay, so Neil's totally not being held prisoner right now. We totally don't have to go rescue him. Cough, cough. Alright, where's the choich? I guess you share complicity with her. He's asking if we know her identity, Estelle. She's no longer at the cathedral. She came to say goodbye and then left. Oh, if only I knew. I've been close friends with the royal family for years, and she's always regarded me as a friend and confidant. But this time she refused to give me any details. She no doubt wished to keep the church from getting too deeply involved in whatever's occurring. She had the light of hope in her eyes as she departed. She's definitely not going towards the villa to rescue the princess, where Neil went. Remember, Eidos helps those that help themselves. Go to hell, dude. I mean, it's a good sentiment. It actually is. I even agree with it. It's the idea that you shouldn't just sit back and let other people do everything for you. But it would be nice to have some concrete help every now and again. Alright, let's see if we can find these stupid people. That's the arms place. Ah! Why are these stupid fences everywhere? God! Titanfall 2 I can do. Thank you again, that warden. You know, it's a wonder we don't have more of the intelligence division breathing down our throat, because we just keep talking about things in public places. Also, apparently they sell fruit juice, and what looks like sake here, and tea with milk. You could read the side in there. It's actually in English. There's an interesting idea, using warships as transports so that the warships stay up to date, you know, maintained and upkept. Huh. I wonder how feasible that actually is. We have a juice bomb. She asked if we're going to tell her something juicy, and we said, well, if you mean something that'll make you spit your juice, then yeah, we've got a real juice bomb for you. God, Estelle. Two down, two to go. Unfortunately, that was my last idea, so now we're just going to start roaming and left walling, because I have no idea where the other two are. Oh, that's the sewers. I hope they're not in the sewers. The game's like, you're going to these sewers, damn it! There's no choice here. That would be funny. Oh, where the heck was the airport? This button. For the greater good. Yeah, it is actually kind of funny to me. They keep using the excuse that they have to catch these terrorists. But of course, they haven't caught the terrorists, probably because there's no terrorists to catch. And so, and several NPCs have mentioned how incompetent the military has to be because they haven't caught the terrorists yet. I found myself wondering if Richard wasn't expecting this to be elongated this far. Yep, nothing here. Let's... Nope. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. It was them! Jacques! Well, Alba's here, at least. Poor Alba. He's upset that we didn't get a chance to tour the royal castle like he would like to. Yeah, I have a weird feeling. This is pure headcanon, and I don't really remember if this is true. But I have a weird feeling that Richard, who is well-meaning, as we've already addressed, is going to run into the problem of what happens when you, as a well-meaning person, do bad acts and gain the attention of people who are not well-meaning, who work for you. Hi, Anime Pantsu. You know, you're all about the cause, but that doesn't mean they are. That kind of a thing. Yeah. Like, Almathea is a great example of that. I don't know what her goal is, but it does not seem to be the same as his. Explain. Freak out. A spirit channeling breathing technique allows the user to directly affect the target's body without direct physical contact. Or ki, if you prefer. I can't remember every detail, but a good bit is coming back. I'm a little unsteady from the shock. Amnesia cure. There was an accident from about 3 months ago. Someone had asked me to check up on the men in the black outfits, and I took something suspicious from them. The Black Orbmen. Your father gave me that assignment. I wasted no time in packaging it up and sending it to him. So he was the one who actually... So Kay was Kurt the whole time. I actually didn't remember that. It's as far back as I can remember. I also remember there being a note said to have Professor Russell analyze it. I get it. The package was delivered to you two. Do you remember anything after that? Yes, after I left the port, someone called out to me, and then... mind control happened. They did use this super poison. And mind control. We've seen it twice, guys. Come on. Actually, if you want to get down to it, we've seen it 3 times now. Good morning, Baron. Yeah, the nanomachine necromancy is about to come forth. Why they don't use it on the queen? So, I don't remember why. Let me start by saying that. But if I were to guess why they don't just use it on the queen, I think it's because they're still refining it. If you remember, so far most of the people who get mind-controlled operate in one or two states. Either they're basically zombies and don't really have the ability to function, or killing puppies! And that's it. Like, every single person we've seen mind-controlled has been one of those two states. So, if the queen suddenly started being like, puppies, she'd just be deposed. She does not have that kind of political influence within a kingdom like this. So, I think they're still working on it. Still trying to refine it. Because no one would ever attack kittens, even the truly evil. Aw, his wife left him. It's okay, because he's biting the puppy. She's biting the puppy. Highlander. Like I said, I'm just left walling this. If anybody knows where the fourth guy is, please feel free to let me know. Because I have no idea. Well, we already checked the shopping center. But there is another shopping center that we're right next to, which I was going to check next. Which is a no. Wait. No, didn't think so. Oh, that's the sewers. Nope. That's the news service. Alright, it was in here. The fourth guy, Leander. Let's go back to the camp, see if they have something to say about where he might be. Grant, Kurt, Karna. I think we're looking for Karna. Bars, shops, and inns. Yep, that's neat. Well, we haven't checked this shop. Explain. Of course not, Mr. Ed. I certainly haven't already given it a negative. planning music. Oh God, Leander. We should go get McDonald's. So you're saying we should go get McDonald's? Well, I was thinking we could get something else, but I think McDonald's is better. That's a good idea. So how about, guys, we get ready to go get McDonald's? Okay. Leave the door. All right, now that we're outside, we should go to McDonald's. It's in this direction. Walk, 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 walk. Well, here we are at McDonald's. I think this is a good plan. You guys ready to get McDonald's? Yep, let's get McDonald's. Yeah! Walk into McDonald's. Here we are, getting McDonald's. Persona 5, ladies and gentlemen. You want 4 teams? We have 7 people. I have no idea why people write that way, Baron. I really don't. It is a writing style I have seen multiple times, so it's not like I could just point to a single writer and say it's them. I have seen that kind of writing in plenty of works, games and shows, and books. Yay, she isn't kidnapped. We have sources. Yeah, back in October, actually, Junior Shire, but complete coincidence. You could trace it back. This was not lined up this way on purpose, and nothing has been altered in the schedule. It was just the next episode. Scree. Not that I'm aware of, no, Gum Gum. Unless you have an allergy, to my knowledge, there's nothing inherently unhealthy or even healthy about gluten. You're not von Falkenstein? Are you pulling my leg? Because we've had the same rumination schedule for shows for like 6 years now. Wow, Leander. History favors the just. Well, that makes sense, von Falkenstein. So, Mondays is the first show rumination. Tuesdays is the second show rumination. Wednesdays is when we upload a streamination. Thursdays is when we upload a streamination. And Fridays is when we upload a Friday rumination. Also, in the future, Saturdays is when the theater episodes are going live, and Sundays is when extra highlight videos go live, although that's going to stop soon. I hate to continue praising this, but I really like how, once again, they're keeping things very down low. All we're doing is going up against some special ops forces in order to rescue the princess. And this is being hyped up as the big final mission of the game. And it kind of is. There's only actually one thing after this. And I know I was reading at, their pace there, but they were very nervous about this. And Zinn was commenting on how he's going to go with this just to make sure that 2 junior bracers who are relatively new to the adventuring gig don't have to do this by themselves. Wait, what? But that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, he also has to uphold his promise to Cassius. No, I already talked to all of them. Maybe I need to talk to this guy. Oh, yep, okay. No, yeah, things do get larger tier later. Especially in Cold Steel 4, good lord. No, we're still in 1. You could Hazardous, but no rush on that whatsoever. We actually, this is going to sound strange, we don't need any new actors right now. But I'm just a rookie. Do it without shouting. Have a little faith in yourself, Estelle. Don't worry about it. Just deal with things as they come. Basically, yes, though. Assuming you were decide... Yes, I have chosen who's going to be Garland. Assuming you are going to... no, it hasn't been released in English. Game over, Nate. If you want to be involved in the future, I do need an audio sample, which includes several seconds of silence, aka you not saying anything, and then you just speaking in a normal tone, so I could assess the white noise problem, the echo nature and sound quality, and then, of course, your voice and your mic quality. But absolutely no rush on that, because it's probably going to be months before we need people for anything in regards to the theater, possibly even in the year range. But yeah, no, 4 has not come out outside of Japan, Game Over Night, so I have not played it. There's no telling when the Royal Guardsmen will finally show themselves. There aren't more than 10 escapees. If the Colonel really puts his mind to it, we can hunt them down in no time. Little do you realize, we're right in front of you. This is it, the final dungeon. If you'd just done as the Colonel said, you would have been spared. But now you're going to die, and you've only got your own stubbornness to blame. Can't be serious. You're not going to try to stand against the Royal Army. Sorry to disappoint. You've already been marked as criminals. By order of the Queen. Meanwhile... Also, I have no idea what dark matter powers even would be, Gum Gum, so... Oh... Can we just join the Colonel? mean, just as an idea. Maybe we could get him to join us? I don't know. Look, I'm not trying to rebel. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with a good military coup, okay? Really? Okay, sure. I figured we'd be going the other way. Dungeon time. Or maybe cutscene time. I don't know. I don't remember this. Oh, I should get my cheats ready, because I'm super gonna need them soon. Spoilers. Spoilers. I'm gonna need cheats. Oh, I'm gonna need cheats so badly. Okay, here we go. Good morning, Shadow Machine. I think. Did I already say that? Shoot, I don't know. Words will serve no purpose. Kill them all! Alright, so about those cheats, which I need right about now. Let's just go ahead and pull in the game here. Don't mind me. I actually had this ready to go earlier, and then I didn't have my saves, so, you know, that was fun. So let's turn that off, because that just screws with things. Why is that defaulting to on? That's so stupid. Well, let's turn that on, because that's all I really need. Boop. Alright, we got this, guys. All we have to do is white damage. Fwah! It's their one weakness. Being hit by a giant fist. Fwah! We got this, guys. We just have to take out these soldiers. In one hit. Look, all I'm saying is the only power I want is absolute infinite power. Yes, absolute and infinite. You know, just cover all the bases, right? Then I could pretend to have lesser powers, just for fun, you know? Palpatine isn't even close to what I'm talking about. So, no. Nice place. I wouldn't mind living here. Peekaboo. Well, that's a thing that happened. Oh, he's extremely powerful, but he's still not on the tier I'm talking about, Gum Gum. Star Wars in general doesn't have the power levels I'm talking about. You done now? Well, the assumption is I'd have control over it, otherwise that would be kind of useless, wouldn't it, Dream Whisperer? Granted, might have to take a few years to go practice. You know, get used to it. But that's fine. I can just hop off to Jupiter, practice powers for a while, jump back in time to when I left, and technically lose no time. Our only option is to kill every soldier. They didn't say kill, they said silence, but, you know. If I have infinite and absolute power, I don't think age is really a problem here, Hazardous. I wouldn't be naked, though, Leander. Wait, how much is this game on GOG right now? Listen, I'm just saying, Hazardous. That was the whole premise. $10, wow. So this game's $10 right now. And I would definitely recommend that if you cheat, or if you like the gameplay. Not exactly the first game I've recommended with cheats, and probably won't be the last. I'm actually really curious how the gameplay of the later games is going to hold up. I stand by what I said earlier, this feels like more of a first try with regards to the gameplay design. Hey, I managed several days without cheating, Mazanaka. And then we were done with that. No thank you. Please don't kill me. Why would we kill you? We came to help at the request of Her Majesty. You're honestly here to save us? Yep. Yeah, we haven't actually cheated like this in quite a while. Apparently, the Chamberlain here is the one who contacted Neil. And Neil is imprisoned here. I mean, we already kind of guessed that, but it's nice to have confirmation. I'm actually impressed by how long I was able to play the game without cheating or leveling. But we did eventually run into a bit of a wall on that one. Which isn't super surprising. I mean, where else would it be but Falkenstein? Yeah, a friend of mine, the guy who was much harsher on this game than I was, played the PSP version, aka no turbo. Yeah. Probably why he was even more negatively inclined towards this game than I am. Morrowind, Gum Gum. But yeah, as with everything, you know, you should try the gameplay out for yourself to see if you actually like it or not. That's always true. But if you don't, well, if you're on the PC version, there are cheats. Neil! No, it was the books, Gum Gum. Yep, no, we continue. We had a bit of a stumbling block there, but we're back to games we play on stream being on sale. So, you'll notice they actually keep saying Princess Claudia, and they haven't actually revealed who that is yet. I completely forgot that, you know. Yeah. So that's Chloe. Not with the dress and hair and things. Estelle doesn't know how to doubt people. So what are you doing here, Chloe? Why isn't the princess here? She's right in front of you. That's the queen's granddaughter. Boo! And of course Joshua figured this out immediately. I planned to tell you both the truth when we next met, but then the Colonel Richard had me detained. Why would the princess be hiding in an ordinary school? Well, I'd like you for you to keep calling me Chloe. I admittedly didn't see this coming either, and I should have. The signs were there, so that's just on me. Come on. There we go. Oh, this is just a wig. Uncle Doonan or Mayor Dalmore didn't recognize me either. The Duke's even related to you. Of course, he's a moron. In my defense, Mazanaka, I tend to point out bad things in every game I play. You know, whether I love the game or not is not really relevant. As I like to say, even Final Fantasy VI got negatives to gameplay, you know? And I love that game. Exactly, Takota. That is literally the intent. So that's General Morgan's granddaughter. He is in prison at the Hawken Gate, and they're keeping her here to prevent him from causing trouble. This isn't just some idle threat. Every man in the Special Ops has a dream, and will stop at nothing to achieve it, even murdering children. Take me as your hostage rather than the child. Not a chance. I know, as I said, we'll stop at nothing, but even we don't have the nerve to harm a member of the Mortal family. General Morgan's grandkid, on the other hand, suits our needs just fine. She's a valuable hostage, and it's not going to end up causing any real problems if she ends up getting hurt. You're a monster. I'd have said coward myself. Pathetic, disgusting, sick. Pick an adjective. You can talk all you want. It's almost time for the patrols to return. Then we can round up the guardsmen and the bracers. Not bad for a night's work. Sorry, but there's a reason we had the backup plan there. Thank you, Shara. Hi. Thank you, Olivier. Yeah, the more I see, I'm starting to wonder if it's deliberate on the writers that the intelligence division are actually not all that competent. Because we keep pointing, well, you, and I agree with you, pointing that out repeatedly, Takota. Nice seeing you again, Shara. Never thought I'd find you a liberal, but I was quite relieved when I heard you'd fallen in with Estelle and Joshua. I think you're overestimating my compatibilities, as usual. You've only become more beautiful. Am I merely a toy to be used when convenient and cast aside when boredom sets in? I've committed a grave offense. Poor Olivier. We crossed by boat. To continue the trend of the intelligence division not being competent, they weren't watching the water. Now, I can't pull it up right now, but for those of you who don't remember, this nation surrounds a giant lake. Grancel is actually on the lake. Or at least its territory is. The province. Yeah, we've also got we actually got a coast, an ocean coast. Yeah, not the most intelligent division, indeed. I'm starting to wonder if Richard's the only one of them who has a brain at all, and even he has a plan that's not going to work. Even if he succeeded and we didn't interfere, his plan would not have worked long term. I've said this before, all he would have done is caused a civil war. And then they would have been even weaker for, Erebonia to move in, or whoever feels like Calvert could have done it too. That sounds like how me and my friends play Ghost Recon Wildlands, Leander. Okay, I see a guy. See another guy. See another guy. Lieutenant Schwartz is so ashamed she's going to commit suicide if she was allowed to. Why is Sieg still here? Did he not deliver the letter to your hotel? Ah! That's why we didn't actually... I didn't actually catch that. That's why we didn't have any evidence of a scuffle, because it was a bird. I mean, that would make sense, Mazunaka. Either that, or maybe the ones who were in favor of the coup were the worst of the bunch, Why am I using a wired gamepad? Okay, that's a very strange question. I actually don't even understand that question, so I'm going to just presume that you know that you don't understand the nature of that question at all, and just answer as though you've never done this before. So, forgive me for potentially calling you stupid, but I don't mean it that way. So a wired gamepad is preferable to a wireless 100% of the time when it comes to any kind of gaming, especially when it comes to precision. Now, you can deal with a wireless gamepad if you choose to, but a wireless gamepad will always have delay or issues or disconnects or whatever. Furthermore, my computer's actually way over there. So while I could make this work, it's not like when it comes to the Switch. Like when I play my Switch is right there. And my controllers are right here. We've got maybe 3 feet of distance here, so no real issues there. And nothing getting in the way. There's actually a straight shot in between the two. Same with the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation 4, which are right there. Similarly, I actually have tried setting up some wireless things on my computer to get the Switch controllers working, and unfortunately, glass doesn't really work all that well with wireless connections. So basically, there's no way for me to play it without it going directly through the glass, which causes further issues. Finally, there's the fact that I play games for 8 hours a day. So obviously, I mean, there's a reason why I have 2 Switch controllers, and why I will periodically spend time playing, even with the PS4 or PS3 controller charged in. Because that way, I'm playing for 8 hours. The battery life isn't that good. I feel like I'm missing a few points there, but whatever. I think you get the overall idea. I have to say, I am liking this controller overall. Oh yeah, I don't need any other equipment, that's fair. I can just hook this up to a USB slot and be good with that. We could seek... Notice Olivier suggests we seek asylum at the Erebonian embassy. Just think about that for a second. Highness, this is a really big deal. I like how they're pointing out how much more difficult it would be to rescue the Queen than it was to rescue the Princess. Hey, look, it's the sewers! Yeah, it's the sewers I never actually entered. I could see several people, especially at Weishaupt, doing exactly that, Rowan. That wouldn't even begin to surprise me. Meanwhile, it's not Colonel Richards, and also not Colonel Richards. How could I have lost contact with the villa? Most likely it has fallen to an external force, either the guardsmen or the bracers. Were you not in command of that division? It's a pity, but what's done is done. I'm so thinking about it now, we'll command. Furthermore, we must strengthen the castle's defenses. Ugh. I want the castle gate sealed. No one in or out. The only attacks someone should worry about are from the sky. Priority 1. Subjugate the terrorists who deceived the royal family. I've served with these units for some time, unlike you. I will protect this castle while His Excellency is absent, no matter the cost! His Excellency, huh? Okay, here's how we're going to free grants. Okay, we're having another planning for the next big mission. I suppose my final point, Cubic, is I'm pretty sure a wireless controller wouldn't even work in my case. Like I said, my computer is way over there, behind a wall, which has lots of foam padding on it, behind the desk, and then behind the second part of the desk, so I'm not sure it would work at all. And I'd have to buy another transmitter, which I don't have. So we're going to go to the Royal Guard room. Or I could plug this into a USB controller and be fine. As soon as the gates are open, the guardsmen and the 4 of the bracers will make their way to the castle by way of the streets. We'll need to make a real spectacle. Finally. Your Highness, are you certain you can't reconsider? Sorry. But I actually have character levels. I don't actually have one of those, Cubic Skull. But yeah, ultimately, it's the final reason is I don't care, because having a wired or wireless controller actually changes nothing about the way I play. The only thing that changes the way I play is me knocking over my water. It's okay, it had a lid on. The only thing that would matter for me is this. As in, if the controllers could separate, like the Switch controllers. And they can't, so it doesn't matter. Well, it's funny you say that, Cubic. This is actually a wireless controller. Now, this one isn't. The other one I have is a fully wired controller. But I'm trying this one out. See how it plays. If your wired controller is getting tangled, you're doing something wrong. I'm just going to say that. I know, Game Over Nate. I was the exact same way. I had no idea how much that more comfortable and more everything it was to suddenly be able to separate the two halves of the controller. It's actually pretty good except for one huge flaw, which is why I'm switching controllers, Cubic. The D-pad sucks. It's not as bad as an Xbox D-pad, but it's pretty bad. And it has that extremely common problem where, for example, if you're holding up, it thinks you're holding left, and vice versa, which is one of the most common problems I see in D-pads. By contrast, I don't have that problem with this thing at all. But of course I don't. This is a Nintendo gamepad. Worst D-pad I've ever used? So there's a Logitech USB controller, which is probably the... Like, if you think about a Logitech USB controller, it's probably the controller you're thinking of. I forget the exact numbering. That D-pad is garbage. It's one of the worst I have ever used. It's not even actually a D-pad. It's actually an analog that has a D-pad, like, thing put on it. And so it's actually an analog, and it's just... Oh, it's awful. Incredibly imprecise. And constantly screwing up what you're inputting. I actually had a Logitech mouse until very recently. I've switched over to SteelSeries. But I had Logitech mice for a very long time. Basically until they stopped producing, I think it was the 510, which was my favorite mouse. I have seen that rumor, but I haven't seen any specifics about it, Cubic. Actually, I guess I just realized I'm lying. I've had one controller, which was worse than that. Worse than the old Logitech. And it was... I'm trying to remember... Where's the frickin'... There we go. I'm trying to remember where the sewers actually are, because I never actually went there. It was... I don't even remember the brand. It was... No, not the N64 one. It was some random USB controller, which was designed to look like a SNES controller. It was like the 8-bit dough, but this was years and years and years and years and years ago. And I was like, oh, okay, that looks cool. And I went ahead and bought it. And I went home and I tested it out, and oh, cheap plastic, clackety parts that the buttons would stick. Like when you push them in, they'd stick, and you'd have to like physically pull the button back out so it would stop inputting. The D-pad was terrible, of course. The analogs didn't work at all. Oh, it was garbage. It was knockoff garbage. Ugh. Yeah, I remembered right. Sewer levels. You guys love sewer levels, right? You did it, game. I was joking about this earlier, about how the game was going to finally convince me to go down here. Oh yeah, I'm totally going to remember that map. I don't see that mark. I've never actually used a Steam controller, no. I've only seen it. Oh, God. Super cheap Nintendo knockoff consoles. I've seen those. What? Oh, God. Wish me luck, because I have no idea where I'm going. Why in God's name would I use a Stadia, Gum-Gum? I can't even think why anyone would use a Stadia, never mind me. I actually still have a SNES controller that had auto-fire built into it. It was actually a pretty decent make, though, so, you know. Yeah, you're right, this is actually the very first time we're not controlling Estelle. Huh. So she's clearly not the main character of this game. Obviously. God, I'm such an idiot. I just realized I've been playing this reversed. Or flipped, I guess. So I've been assuming that up right was north. Actually, up left is north. So I've been going the wrong way probably this entire time. I guess we'll find out. So that's actually not a problem with controllers. A lot of games do that where they presume the same input. It'll do that on mouse and keyboard too. There's two ways to fix that. One is to Alt-Tab and Alt-Tab back, which sometimes fixes it. The other is to hit the controller in the direction of whatever direction it seems to think is still happening. So like if it's just holding right like this, just hit right once and that'll usually fix it. That's actually an extremely common problem in PC games. If neither of those things fix it, and it's, you know, happening in things that shouldn't happen in, then I got nothing. Yeah, Hazardous actually pointed me to the idea of hitting the same button, and sometimes that fixes it. I think it was Hazardous. It was one of you guys. And I've started trying that before I tried the Alt-Tab trick. Doesn't always work, because it depends on the game. But, well, we're not in the last dungeon yet, Dream Whisperer. I'd recognize the last dungeon, and so would you, because we've already seen it. How do we fix Joy-Con drift? You send them into Nintendo, and they fix them for you. I think... Sure, whatever. I think it was in GTA, but I'm not sure how it was. I've had several sticky key issues recently, so it's come up. This looks like this would be an incredibly mean fight if I wasn't cheating. Good lord.
Alright, we're good to go.
Also looks completely optional, so whatever. Yeah, I have been incredibly fortunate in that neither of my Joy-Con, because I got 2 bundles of Joy-Cons, have had any drift issues. Knock on wood. This is where I came from. Oh, I know, von Falkenstein. That's the other reason I prefer wired wired controllers, by the way, Cubic. I never actually answered that question. Because a wired controller can, and in often cases does, last longer than a wireless controller. Eventually, a wireless controller will die. Either the connection that the cable is connected into will break, or the battery will get to the point where it can't even function anymore and hold a charge. Some of you may know that one of the biggest problems I had with the PS3 was that my PS3 controller was finally dying. Oh yeah, the transmitter might die too. So, you know, I prefer wired controllers every chance I could get them. Oh my god, this is where I just... Really? Which is why I have that 8-bit dough. Even though it's not perfect, it is at least probably going to last longer in case this doesn't work, and in case that actually fails. It's also why I don't use the PS3 controller on the computer anymore, because it just stopped working. And it kept giving me issues, so I had to stop. That's nothing else for it. Alright. I'm going to take a screenshot of this time. Because this is stupid. There we go. Yeah, actually, funny thing. I became aware of how good the Xbox 360 controller could be too late. Basically, after they were still producing them. So I couldn't get a hold of a new Xbox 360 controller. I got a hold of a couple of used ones that were so damaged as to basically be non-functional. And of course, there's all the third-party knockoff. It's the exact same problem with the PS3 controller. You can't buy new PS3 controllers anymore. It's not a thing. Which is a damn shame. You can buy new PS4 controllers. And actually, funnily enough, when the PS4 came out, one of the first things I did was I bought a spare controller. You know, just in case. It's actually still in the plastic. Hey, Micromono. Camera. Yeah, I'm good. That was the camera analog. At least that's how it was usually used. Fine, die then. If it is your desire to cease, I shall accommodate you. This isn't what I wanted. What I want. I want to go this way. I still don't actually know where I'm going on this stupid map. You're going to the equal sign in the middle. There's no equal sign in the middle. I don't know what it's talking about. Like, I actually don't know the goal here. Oh yeah, I've complained about this before, but while we're talking about controllers, one thing that drives me batty is that every controller designer, every single one of them, seems to insist on swapping what the buttons are. X, Y, B, and A. There is not an equal sign here. Yeah, they could just use other letters or buttons instead of literally swapping A and B and X and Y like Microsoft does. They also don't have to switch the functionality. In Nintendo games, A is confirm and B is cancel. Whereas in Sony games, B is confirm and A is cancel. Which, every time I swap between the two, there's just like a few hours of as I have to mentally shift between the two. Yep, nope, this is right, this is right. No. Gum. Okay. Sewer dungeon done. No, I know what you mean, Gum Gum. There's a term for that, and I can't think of it right now. But yeah, those are for fighting games or other similar works. Time to cause a fracas. How did the Intelligence Division get such a good airship? How'd they get a hold of the gospel? Hello, Peyton. Peyton works the maintenance team. Still conducting test flights, so there's a lot of data needs to be conducted. They actually don't even have the new engines in yet. Wow. So, in case you missed that, this is, this ship is specifically designed to be more maneuverable than anything else. Go figure. What do you want to bet? It's a complete glass cannon. Like a couple shots would knock it out. It's high noon. Maybe they just have a different orbman setup, since orbals kind of bypass physics in a few ways. I'll have to hold one in my hands to really judge it, Hazardous. Biggest story in the history of liberal news. Let's rescue the Queen. What? Oh. Peekaboo. I guess you could call us intruders. I mean, we technically qualify as intruders. It's kind of a gray area, you know, since we're here to rescue someone. Probably, Dakota. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Alright, we're good to go.
He actually mentions that he suspected her, von Falkenstein, but that's it. Given his propensity, though, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Are we on total lockout? Why is the gate opening? Charge! No, like I said, I have to hold it, Hazardous, to really judge it. I mean, I'm the person who really likes the Joy-Cons better than anything else, and these don't have any angle at all. You just hold them, and they're in your hand, you know? So... Ow. Bingo, Gum Gum. Yep. Super infinitely unbypassable gate. Which we opened, and also we're landing an airship. So, you know. Now, is someone going to get on the turret on top? There's the real question. Hint, the answer is no. No, we're going to fight with a staff, a rapier, and a whip. You know, Amalthea, I never liked you. Stereotypical femme fatale. That's actually their words, not mine. Yeah, she didn't even get boss music. That's actually funny. I have to be staying hydrated because I don't have breakfast and I need something to keep my stomach settled. This is the first Pro controller I've ever gotten, personally. I only got it on the recommendation of a friend. What am I doing? I need to go to the Queen. You'll never pass us. Ugh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Rio wins. Wait, he was back in Suikoden. Never mind. Still alive? We're gonna assume they're alive. Traitors, you dare come here? Do you not realize I am the new king? Oh, go. Brush your goofy hairdo. You ain't king yet. Your Grace, Duke Dunan, we are with the Bracer Guild. At the request of Her Highness Princess Claudia, we're here to free the Queen. It would be best for all involved if you stood quietly aside. Damn that brat. Damn her to hell! Uncle Dunan, please stop this. Colonel Richard is just using you. Who are you? Claudia, is that you? What happened to your hair and your clothes? We have comprehension. Repeat, we have comprehension. Though he still hasn't noticed that we first met him in Rowan. No idea what you're talking about, but he doesn't seem the most observant sort. I should have told him sooner, maybe. How dare you make a fool of me? It's because of things like this those creatures known as women are not to be trusted. Alright, I have confirmation that he is a go. Repeat, execution plan is a go. Sly, narrow-minded, nitpicking, nagging wretches. How could I ever give up the crown to such a vile creature? This is a good time to mention he's facing a party of 3 women. Your Grace, I don't think that was the right thing to say. Maybe you should apologize? That's the Special Ops Forces telling him that. I believe you've just gone from stupid to suicidal. Ah, after all, that's a mighty courageous sentiment to vocalize when in the presence of 3 armed women. Sorry, Uncle. In this, I cannot defend you. God, how is he even a combatant? Come on. I'm the king. Oh, he's an escort. He's an escort and NPC. Oh, that's great. Hey, Uncle. Bye, Uncle. I'm supposed to be the next king. Oh, I'm so pathetic and worthless. Is he in the future? I hope he's not.
Oh, are we done already?
I would be okay with him just dying or not being here, you know. I was gonna go belly up on us, too. I really only wanted to beat up on the Special Ops soldiers. A little dose of the cold hard truth might be the best medicine he ever gets. Yes, it's an unfortunate situation. Still, I cannot allow my unconscious uncle to simply be left. Hi, Philip. Miss Estelle, Your Highness? I can offer no words to make up for my master's behavior in this instance. As the man who raised him, the responsibility is mine to bear. Are you this crap of a parent? Punish me in his stead. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Actually, Dakota, I don't know if you remember, but these ships can go on the water, too. Yeah, less of a scalpel, more of an artillery strike. I'd appreciate it if you'd take him to my room and beat the crap out of him. Or above a desert. Alright, just lower the ship. Lower, lower. Okay, now all the sand the ship is kicking up is going right into their face. And we're just going to stay there here for a bit. In a few minutes, there won't be any skin left. Whoa, what? Freaking spam. Sorry. getting quite bored waiting. It's me, Super Death Doom Man. My duty is to guard Her Majesty. Is it truly any wonder I am here? Enough of your crap. No matter how strong you are, we still get 3-1. Commander of the Intelligence Division, Special Ops, Second Lieutenant Lawrence Belger. Former Jaeger, scout for the Colonel. Aw. So you've done your research. Most impressive. The virtual boy. Come. What else can one expect of the daughter of the S-ranked bracer, Cassius Bright? My master's rank has never been public knowledge, and yet you are not one to be trifled with, I see. I know you as well. Sherazard Harvey, known as the Silver Streak, C-ranked. Very close to ascending to B, it seems. Please release my grandmother. We were just fighting in the employ of the Colonel. If you were just fighting in the employ of the Colonel, there's no further call to do this. Oh, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. You see only the surface, like that of a quartz grid, with no concept of the forces at work within. Take heed, Princess Claudia. The nation is like an enormously complex ointment. The people are like the units of quartz that provide the power, organize the system. And the territory which houses them is the frame. If you lack the means to understand how it works, then you are unfit to be queen. Interesting metaphor. You may even be right. I certainly never expected to hear a theory on the nature of politics at a time like this. Pardon my rudeness. You've no need to hear my useless sermonizing, Your Majesty. The general gist is you don't plan to let the queen go, right? And if I do not, well, we'll take her back by force. Indeed, after we've come this far, we certainly can't back down now. You don't give me the impression you bear us any ill will, but I will bring my blade to bear on you if it will get my grandmother back. Good. In that case, let me show you a little of what I can really do. Shocker. Lore shock. It's white hair. Silver hair. Whatever. Indeed. Though it's closer than you might think. I will trust you will not be offended if I chose not to go easy on you simply because you're women. Yeah, lore shock again. This is it. All my work, all my training has led to this moment!
Not bad.
We're good to go.
Okay, got him. By the way, if you missed that, I did 0 damage, which means... You remember what I mentioned about the defense and attack calculation? That means his defense is so high that I couldn't do physical damage attacks to this guy. You were holding back in the finals, weren't you? We should never have even stood a chance. I'm impressed we beat this monster. Estelle Bright, I apologize for treating you as an unworthy opponent. Perhaps one day you may reach your father's level. However, that day has yet to arrive. They'll be far enough, Your Majesty, if you please. They are not mortally wounded, I assure you. Your eyes betray much. You are so young, and yet you have endured such hardship already. Your Majesty, you are hardly qualified to feel pity from me. You who know the name of Hamel. It's almost time. I will return Her Majesty to you, just as you wished. If you wish to stop the Colonel, you'd best hurry below. You may already be too late. But you may be able to prevent any further needless damage from occurring. However unpleasant you may find it, I was certain you would understand the significance. You can show them the way. Now I bid you adieu. Bye. I'll definitely never be in the future. Bye. Tit for tat, Cubic Skull. You know, that actually irritates me, Circus Circus, because I go out of my way to not cheat in the overwhelming majority of games I play. Like in the 90th percentile of games I play, we don't cheat. I wonder if that was actually a supposed to lose fight, then that's not nearly as bad as I was thinking. Given what I know of that character, we probably should have actually, you know, failed at defeating him anyways. He wants the shining ring. The Oriole? I don't remember how to pronounce that. Oriole? Oriole? Anyways. I don't like the gameplay, and the gameplay is grindy. That's why we're cheating. I played without cheating for quite a bit of this game to judge it. This is a review. And then I judged it, and then we cheated to get on with it. Anyways, the Oriole has been sealed within the interval of the blackest dark that we might retain our humanity, condemning the souls of men to eternal purgatory. These words have been passed down in the royal family as a warning. Perhaps Shining Ring is truly so dangerous the royal family's ancestors sealed it away. Also, there's that massive orbital reaction that was detected beneath the city. If one takes both of these into account... So, there remains no details of what exactly the Shining Ring is, but it'll be grave danger for all. Da-da-da-da. Basically, if I was to play this game for, I'd say probably 2 or 3 more days, you know, without cheating, that's probably how that would turn out. Just running around in a circle for a while. You know, getting all the courts and setting up my setup and blah, 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 and all that stuff. You are incredibly mistaken, Circus, and that's okay. It's a common misconception, because everyone focuses on the lore and not the runner, which is there for a very good reason. There's a reason this gameplay thing is down here. I actually have been studying gameplay design since I was in school. Forgive me for getting a little upset. It's just, it is a huge pet peeve of mine that people seem to think that all I care about is story, and that I don't know anything about gameplay, and I don't care about gameplay, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, let me talk about Mega Man, which is one of my favorite gameplay series. Hell, I'm looking forward to reviewing Quake someday, because there's going to be a lot to talk about there. I'm sorry, Mr. Red. Please forgive me. Quake. There's only one Quake. Then there's Quake 2, and then there's Quake 3, and then there's Quake 4. Russell! So, I have a specific type of run called a lore run, Circus, which usually is focused more on the lore, the making of, and the behind-the-scenes facet. But even during lore runs, I discuss gameplay design. You know, level layouts, or implementation of power-ups, or how they do enemy design, or whatever. So even in a lore run, it's not actually focused on the lore. What achievement is that? I just got the achievement for opening all orb slot. Oh, okay, I get it. Never mind. Yeah, and how that stuff slots into the lore. Gameplay and story integration or segregation is something we talk about. All kinds of stuff. That actually amuses me. They've been hiding in Gransel this entire time. I guess, Dakota. I'm curious how the party set up for the final dungeon, because, spoilers, we're about to hit the final dungeon is going to be. It's time to get really judgmental. Because as you know, and as I've said many times, I'm far harsher about the intro and outro to a game than I am any other part of it. Intro was middling and bad. We'll see how the outro does. The art system... You know, I've been debating that this whole time, Circus. The epilogue's probably going to get a plus. I remember the epilogue. I remember how I mentioned I only remember three things. We've already passed one of them. We're about to hit the second, and the epilogue is the third. So now that we've all figured out, everyone's introduced themselves to each other. I'm sorry. Allow me to use different terminology, Mazanaka. Because I can tell that you're misinterpreting what I mean when I say grind. To me, this would be grind. But what I'm referring to is the process by which you would have to slog through every encounter on the way, Korean method, as you pointed out, and doing the side quest along the way in order to make sure that you have the money, the mats for cooking, and the quartz necessary in order to upgrade your characters. These three things are basically, near as I can tell, mandatory to progress through this game. And I have been absent all three. Well, that's not true. I've had a decent money, but there's only so much you can buy. Yeah, near as I can tell, levels are... It's kind of like Octopath Traveler. Levels are one of the least important methods of power progression in the entire game. Like, actual just levels. You get a few stat ups, you know. Your defense kind of goes up, your agility goes a little bit up, your HP goes up. But honestly, other than the HP, I would say levels are basically ancillary at best in this game, from what I've seen. And from what I've read. But yeah, like I said, I've been debating the quartz thing this entire game, and I can't decide if I like it in concept, or if it's just kind of there. The thing I like best about it is the combo thing. Being able to pair up different... Each quartz having a different value. There should be a button, Sean, somewhere, like up here-ish. I can see that, Maze. The ability to combo up and each specific quartz having a different value of quartzes and trying to figure out which is what. And, of course, the fact that that's all in the game means there's no walkthrough problems there. Well, no, it just means this game has very little vertical leveling and is primarily horizontal leveling, Darth Timer. Not the only game that does that. Again, Octopath Traveler does the same thing. Levels in Octopath Traveler get you one thing. Health. Nothing else. Oh, sure, let's split into two groups for absolutely no reason. That way we won't have more than 4 people in the party at a time. Come on, game. Yeah, me too, Dakota. Who should we take? I'm ambivalent. We get 2. Excuse me. Ugh. I was thinking Chloe, because, you know, personal connection. And Olivier, because... Aw, why not Olivier? I think I will take Chloe. Olivier. Olivier. Look, it's not my fault he's so dreamy, okay? Screw it. Screw it. He's also got a ranged weapon. Alright. So, game design. To put my actions where my words are, I'm going to talk a little bit about the quartz thing here. So, this is a neat enough system, and I think it's the beginnings of a decent system, but you know what would really improve this for me? Imagine if there was a way to alter that right there. So we could change, like, probably with some kind of limitations, you know, maybe you can only have a total of 5 connecting lines across everything. But where you put those lines is up to you. But imagine, so if you want to keep it limited, imagine you only have 3 brown lines, 2 blue lines, and that's it. So these are the lines you have to deal with, and you have to adjust them as you will. But maybe you can put them in a way that allows them to combo differently or something. Maybe changing it so that rather than having 3 and 2, you have 4 and 1, or just 5. You know, some kind of way of adjusting that. I'd have to think more about the exact method to execute that, because I don't think that's something you just do. It would need a readjustment of the system. But I think that would add an additional layer that would really push this into definitively positive territory for me. As is, I think I am going to go ahead and give a gameplay positive for this. Just the one. Mostly for what I already mentioned, the combo system, and the fact that you can effectively set just about anyone up, or not, excuse me, effectively you can set people up in different formats. Like, whoops, there we go. He's probably the most obvious example of how you have to use a different strategy for him, because he has time required and time required. Whereas Estelle is basically all whatever, which makes sense. The main character you can set up however you want. He is designed more towards being the rogue, and I actually don't remember what Chloe's is like. I guess I could just check here really quick. So I'm seeing water only, so she's inclined towards being a healer, for example. And, Olivier is Mirage, and then all okay. So again, a character you could set up however you want to, which actually makes sense for Olivier. Olivert, so... But yeah, Chloe is pretty much straight up healer, so I'm totally with that. So we have Jack of all, Rogue, Healer, and Jack of all. So that, again, that lines up and that makes sense. You'll also notice, by the way, though, that Olivier has an astonishing 5 orbments that can connect to each other. So he can have a huge combo. In fact, now that I'm saying that, I want to do something here really quick. No. There we go. There's a spell I want. I just want to see it. Just once. Give me a sec. I'm just going to take a screenshot here. Easy way to keep track. There we go. Ah! Come on. There we go. Okay, so... I needed some combos, so let's do that. It is totally not okay to ask me questions. How dare you, sir? So I've got those 2 covered. I still need brown. Any other combos? Looks like no. The Mirage-only slot is not part of the combo on Falkenstein, so it doesn't matter. At least not for what I'm doing. Ah, it's a pity circus. The combo thing is one of the things I like best about this. Blue. And green should do it. And we have exactly enough room to get the spell off. Saint. So yeah, support. I mean, we could cheat, and we're going to. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. We are going to cheat. We are nowhere near ready for the last dungeon right now. But I want to at least poke at it a little bit. Especially the upcoming fight. Oh, well, whatever. Hey, Larian. I was more in favor of the overall system. To continue speaking about gameplay design, I was more in favor of the overall system until I found out that monster drops are mandatory for cooking. That was not a good move, in my opinion. If you had divorced monster drops from cooking, then what that means is the only thing you need to really fight monsters for is experience, which, as we already covered, is a fairly minor issue, and quartz. And you get a decent amount of quartz just from fighting bosses and mandatory stuff. So the game could have effectively cut out grinding entirely if it had done that, because at that point, all you have to do is the side quest, which is where you get the money. And the money would then be the method by which you get cooking, so you'd have the best buff items and healing items, and access to all you need to really set up your character. That would have been kind of a neat system. Honestly, at that point, you know, if I was designing a game, I would have completely divorced level from anything other than HP. You know, that's your tank. That's it. Anyways, I believe you, Sean, even though it's not there. Secretly, I think Sean is lying to me. How could you, Sean? I trusted you. There. Pirate's Cois. You got it, sir. And thank you for your sub. Your invisible sub. Would that cut into the game time it takes the game to be beaten? Yes. But why is that a bad thing? I know already what you're going to say. What game was it I was looking at? I think it was Persona 5. There was some game I was looking at recently. And it was yet another game in which the duration of the game, you know, how many hours it is, was being used as a selling point. Look at how huge this game is! I've talked so much about the, you know, artificial padding of game duration thing that I don't know what else to add to that at this point. I disagree. Moving on. No, it wasn't FF7R, although that is also true, but it was another one more recently than that. I don't remember what it was, though. D-Series Doom. Wow. Status effects. Like you do. I mean, I agree, Hazardous. I've never bought into the duration thing.
Let's move out.
Ever. And I never will. Even if I understand it from a distant perspective, it still doesn't make sense to me. It's like, I want this game to waste more of my time, is basically what people are saying. I mean, if a game is genuinely longer, if it just has that much more meat, sure. I'll take more ribs, why not? But what people tend to be asking for is a plate of ribs, and then 5 baskets of bread. Dry, plain, crusty, slightly stale bread. And that is what doesn't make sense to me. Of course, the quality of the bread varies from game to game. Well, yeah, to use KOTOR as an example, KOTOR has very little filler. Or padding in it. It's just, you know, bam, 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 and then the thing. It does have some. Last Dungeon, and the Last World, while we're on the subject. But yeah, I mean, I agree, Hazardous. I mean, I could use plenty of games as an example of that. You know, several Zelda games, or Mega Man games, or Mario games. But I think the best example I could give is actually frickin' Chrono Trigger. An RPG I have spent way more time playing than much longer RPGs. Remember, Chrono Trigger is like a 15-hour RPG. Who's Ray and who's Brian, Cord? In my opinion, the stale, crusty bread of this is the trash design, Circus Circus. It's basically the factory worker syndrome, in a nutshell. There's a lot of trash, and you have to be on for the trash. You have to be paying attention and actually trying for basically every trash encounter. So, no thank you. If you'd like to know what factory worker syndrome is, did you know that you can go to lorerunner.com/loriums and discover what that actually means? That's weird. It is Circus Circus, and that's kind of why I bring it up so damn much. Because people ask me to play JRPGs, sure, a lot. And so this trash syndrome comes up a lot. It's actually way, way more unlikely that we'll actually have a game that doesn't have trash syndrome. Especially a JRPG. Like, Dragon Quest XI didn't have that problem. Suikoden 2 kind of bypassed that problem. So I'll give it to Suikoden 2 as well. And I'm sure there's other examples. Well, not only that, but the progression curve and difficulty curve were properly designed, Hazardous. That's important. Just being able to avoid encounters isn't enough, because, for example, let's assume for a moment that I took, say, Final Fantasy VII, and gave you the ability to just bypass encounters, right? So if you do that, what's going to happen is you're going to be screwed, because you're not going to have the AP necessary to have your material leveled, you're not going to have the experience necessary to have the stats, and you're not going to have the items or money necessary to be able to buy anything. In short, the power progression curve and difficulty curves have to be designed in a way that avoid the trash problem, or the factory worker syndrome. Dragon Quest XI managed that with very tightly designed encounters. Oh, it's Amalthea's shocked face. With very tightly designed encounters and a very well-designed system that allowed for multiple tactics and strategy to basically completely bypass the difficulty curve. You thought I'd be so easily defeated. No matter, once His Excellency obtains the Shining Ring, it can be retaken at any time. I suppose those with no place left to turn will cling fiercely to any dream, no matter how ephemeral. It's a bit sad, truly. Nothing else. I will not permit you to interfere with the Colonel. To me, archaisms. You're using the ancient machines. We don't care for those being so casually underestimated. We've already collected an incredible amount of data since our survey began. Even controlling these is easily within our grasp. Say whatever you wish. Now, come on! Okay. So this is going to be an extremely difficult boss fight, and I'm just going to one-shot him. In fact, I'm going to super one-shot him. I'm not going to let you have a turn. You don't get a turn now. Congratulations.
Let's do this!
Oh, sure, whatever.
Now, light of the heavens. Radiant blast!
Let me show you the true essence of beauty. Take that. 99 kilograms.
Is she really dead this time? I'm cheating, or it doesn't count. That was probably a legitimately horrible boss fight. So we're at the halfway point. That's literally what they just said. It's making all the backup saves. I got 1,000 save slots. I might as well use them, right? I know, Dream Whisperer. I know. That's always the problem. That's actually why I try so hard not to cheat when it comes to reviews. My favorite example of that is Octopath Traveler. That game probably wouldn't be a negative 15 to gameplay if I could have just cheated through it. But it wasn't. I couldn't. So it is, rather, to say that more accurately. I'm debating. Give me a second here. I'm probably going to get some hackling for this, but I'm going to give away a couple of positives. I've been sitting on this and thinking about this and processing this, and I think I must, unfortunately, give some positives to gameplay. Actually, probably a positive now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll bake these into one. Turn-based isn't relevant to me, Circus Circus, if that makes any sense. I don't care if it's turn-based or real-time or partial turn-based. I just care about whether or not it's good. I can think of plenty of games that are real-time, partial real-time, or full turn-based, and you know they're good or bad depending on the individual game. There's also multiple types of turn-based too. There's FF3 and then there's FF10, which are both very different approaches. Yeah, genre is also pretty much irrelevant. I agree. Game over, Nate. Is it a good game or a bad game? I've played good sports games and bad RPGs, so I mean, right? Yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2 is amazing, but that's also a game that is very brilliantly designed. You know what's funny is whenever we review that, because it is on the list, it's probably not going to get a lot of positives to story, but I bet it's going to get a huge number of positives to gameplay, because holy crap. Anyways. Hey, Zero Hunter. I should probably mute myself. You don't want to hear me typing. There. Plus to gameplay. Ultimately, I can't really give that an additional plus because ultimately both things are just kind of good for me. But I think they're both kind of good enough to qualify for, you know, that. We're good. We're good. Okay. Wait, she's just laying here unconscious. Zin, if she moves, put her back to unconscious state. A good turn-based system? You're gonna have to give me a second because what my brain is responding with is non-applicable. Basically, I don't think a turn-based system is necessarily going to be good in its own right. I don't think I've ever given a plus for that, for example. But I can think of a turn-based system that's bad. And now that I'm thinking about that... So, first of all, clear-cut turn order thing. Like either an initiative bar, like in Final Fantasy X, or this game. Or something similar to indicate exactly when everyone's going to take their turns. You could also have a system where... I'm trying to think how to explain this. So, Dragon Quest, okay? You ever played a Dragon Quest game? Because in Dragon Quest games... Hang on, I need to kill Gum Gum. There we go. In Dragon Quest games... It's okay, I was paid $500 for that. The turn-based is... It's different. So, there's initiative-based turn-based, and then there's speed-based turn-based. In initiative-based turn-based, everyone has their initiative, and everyone goes at their own turn. Now, even initiative can be baked into initiative turn-based... I'm saying this wrong. Initiative round turn-based, and then initiative turn-based. And you're probably thinking, what the hell's the difference? So, in Dungeons & Dragons, one round happens before someone else gets a second action. Period. Right? So... No matter how good my initiative, no matter how fast or strong or whatever I am, I get one action, then Circus does, then Von Falkenstein does, then Gum Gum, and then it's back to me. That's our initiative. But in a game like, to use a direct example, Final Fantasy X, or Final Fantasy Tactics, if I have way more speed stat than you guys, what that actually is it's not actually initiative in the strictest sense of the word. It's actually delay. I actually talked about this during the FF10 run. Basically what happens is every time you do something, there's a delay tacked onto your action. That delay determines how far down the initiative you go, but it's not actually initiative in the strictest sense of the word. So that's the two types of initiative turn-based. I personally prefer the stat-based one, the one where you get more actions based on stats, like FF10, like FFT. So I suppose I could say that would make a good turn-based game. There's also the Dragon Quest method. So Dragon Quest is similar to the D&D method, but it's random per round. So in Dragon Quest, let's say Sinister Wing has 5 speed, and I have 5 speed, okay? So every round we both get one action, but who goes first is dependent on a dice roll modified by our speed factors. So one round he could go first and then me, and one round I could go first and then him. Actually, a lot of games do that. Final Fantasy III does that. Final Fantasy II and 1 do that. All of the Dragon Quests do that. You know. Now, that, in my opinion, isn't a good way to do it. I would actually go so far as to say that I think that is actually bad turn-based. This is what I was prefacing the whole sentence with. So, in my opinion, adding that kind of randomization element to it is not a good is not good turn-based design. Does that answer your question, Circus? It probably doesn't, because I have no idea how to express thoughts in my head, but I'm trying, I swear. I don't see why you couldn't, Gum Gum. It's called Heartlight for a reason. If it can hold your weight, it could punch someone with it. Exactly, Darth Tyrant. Again, to use FF3 as an example, again, FF3 has way too much RNG baked into it. FF3 depends a lot on what's usually referred to as range. There's a huge range in between what certain attacks can or can't do, and the defense, and the HP. And basically every step of every equation has a range built into it. And for those of you who don't know what range is, to explain it simply, imagine if every single step of the way you had to roll dice to determine everything. Like D&D, but even more so. Yeah, I gotta be real, by the way, so far I am not impressed with this dungeon. I know I'm cheating, but this is the same dungeon design we've seen the entire game. It's just longer. The Empire tries not to rely on hard light for obvious reasons. Now, well, it's more about I prefer systems that put more of what's happening in the player's hands than leaving it in the game's hands. I'm really big on player choice, Circus Circus. Actual player choice, not what EA says. So I tend to be in favor of a system that's more like, okay, I know that he's going to go next, and that he's going to go here, and then it's going to be this guy. And then after he takes his action, he's going to move here. So I can move him here in advance. And there's more planning, right? I can think more. I can process more. I can analyze more. And I feel like I'm actually doing something rather than just, okay, I'm going to have all 4 of my guys attack him because I need him to die and I'm not sure who's going to go first. Right? Now, randomization can still be fun, and there's still a value in randomization in game design. I'm not saying there should be no randomization. But I do tend to prefer games in which that randomization is either in a controlled factor, or it's completely under you. Like, it's completely at your discretion. To use an extremely bad example of that, in Diablo 2... you have the option of using lightning spells and speccing into lightning as a sorceress. You're probably thinking, well, why is that random? Because lightning spells are extremely random. Like, I think at max level, there's this one spell that does 1 to 1,000 damage. So, gargantuan dice roll, right? I actually reported on that, believe it or not, during Lore Week, Mitch Connor. Bingo, Circus Circus. Do you prefer Circus Circus, by the way? I've been just kind of mentally doing that since you mentioned the typo thing. I can say Circus Circus if you prefer. I just need to get it stuck in my head. I will say the only thing I could say that's positive about this last dungeon is it actually has multiple heal spots in it. Rather than just, you know, what most dungeons do, which is having no heal spots whatsoever. Yeah, I'm not impressed. At least the music's alright. Actually, you know what? That doesn't make sense. Let's do this. That's probably why they put the 2 heal spots, Maze. Oh, whoops. Hang on, gotta interrupt the game really quick. Sorry. Alright, give me a second. Here we go. I figured you'd show up. In fact, I couldn't see any scenario in which you would do otherwise. So, okay, Gum Gum. I'm trying to think of a really good real-life example. Basically, you don't really want things to kind of stop functioning just because the battery ran out, you know? At the Queen's request, we're here to put a stop to your plan. No, Shinyuri Tensei. It doesn't look like the gospel's working, yeah. We may still have time if we act now. I'm afraid not. What is this aureole thing in the first place? Why is getting it so important to you? Long ago, the ancients were granted the power of the Septarians. Heavenly treasures which could control ground, sea, and sky. Then there was a war. One of those treasures was the aureole, the shining ring. If that's true, it really existed, and no mere myth. Do you realize what it could mean for the country? Can you even begin to comprehend? You're talking about using these ancient weapons to intimidate other countries. Precisely. As you are no doubt aware, Liberal is lacking in political power. We have only a fifth of Calvard's population. We don't have an eighth of Erebonia's military capacity. Our sole superior aspect is our technology, and that will not last. We need some form of real strength to avoid any chance at another invasion attempt. That doesn't mean we should count on weirdo ancient weapon things. What about the outcome of the war 10 years ago? That happened because we had Cassius Bright with us. But he left the military. The country's greatest champion is gone. And so the only ones who may enact miracles are the goddess herself and the hero beloved by her. That's why I established the Intelligence Division. It seems that information is our last bastion of protection against our enemies. But in order to make the Intelligence Division as effective as possible, I've searched all over Liberal for some kind of deterrent. Something that would invoke another miracle should disaster strike the nation again. This is your miracle? Of course! Can you imagine a greater miracle than this? How about a giant mecha that can cross dimensions? Well, we're bracers, so protecting what's important is our job. But that doesn't mean being so powerful everyone else is cowed into submission. The greatest miracle of all is when people band together and fight to protect what they love. Estelle, I really like the ideology, the idealism, and I like the, the sentiment. I even agree with the sentiment. But the Colonel is more in the right here. My dad's just one man. He didn't beat the Imperial Army on his own. It took a lot of people working like crazy together to protect the country. Yeah, and the... You need both, Estelle. Ironically, the woman who is talking about the ideology of working together is missing the point that working together is actually the real goal here. Like, if they didn't have the ancient tech and the airships, Cassius's plan would have never worked. And if he didn't have the people to back it up, he would have never been able to manage anything. Ironically, I would actually be willing to give this game a plus if the two of these people right now figured out that they both need each other. I'm serious. If... I bet, Diesel. If the Colonel realized that she has a point and you don't need just one thing but everything, and we realize that he has a point and we also need backing in addition to cooperation, and we actually came to that kind of consensus, and then we get attacked by the ancient archaeotech whatever thing, I'm sure. Weren't you one of the people who worked together to end this war? We still feel the same. When we found out what you were planning, we didn't get it, but it's our will to help that led us here. Don't you think that's miracle enough? Even if it's not, we still believe there's potential in anyone. Heck, everyone. Well, that's not true. If another war should break out in the future, people will do the same thing. Work together and do what has to do to make it through. And we may fail. I don't know much about this ancient power, but I do know we can count on our fellow Liberalians? God, I do not know how to pronounce that. Now, here's the thing. Her point here is actually incredibly valid, but she's making it in completely the wrong way. Here's her point. You don't know what that thing does. This thing could be an A-bomb. It could be an EMP. It could be a power generator. It could be a frickin' computer. It could be a really good recipe for lentil soup. We don't know. It could be a soda maker. It could be a self-destruct. It could be a toxic sludge container. Considering this is a JRPG, it could be the only thing holding back the ancient evil from 1,000 years ago, right? This is another reason his plan was never going to work, because his big plan was, well, there's an ancient thingy there. Let's just use it. Sadly, not everyone is like you. When face to face with incredible power, it is a temptation that is simply too much to bear. Yes, and it must be a weapon! I have put too much effort into this for all this. I see no reason to turn back now. How did you know about this place? A forbidden power dormant for untold centuries, unknown even to Her Majesty. To say nothing of the elevator right beneath the treasury that leads straight here, it seems extremely unlikely you found this place out just by using the resources of the Intelligence Division. Also, the Gospel, a mysterious orbment far more powerful than even the finest made in the Zeiss Central Factory. Where did you get it? You don't want to answer because you can't answer. You simply believed the Oriole would be here, and if you used the Black Orbment, you could control it. But you have no idea when or how you came to that belief, do you? Am I wrong? You mean you lost your memory just like the other people? Ding, 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 ding. So, this is why I mentioned that the previous mind control efforts were practice. For this guy. See here, Mike. So what? It doesn't matter how I got here, just that I'm here now. Look around you. I found what I was looking for. These ancient constructs could never have been crafted with present-day techniques. So I must continue down this path. You truly believe the path you've chosen, then stop me! I love how Joshua picked up on that, by the way. I really do. He's always been the guy with the brain this whole game, so... So we've turned cheats off, so we're going to make an honest attempt of this. We'll see how this works. I did set myself up a little bit, but only a little. Yeah, Estelle is certainly never going to pick up on this. I forgot to set up her arts. Wow. Okay, never mind. We're just going to die. Let's see what kind of damage we can do here. 0! Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Well, you have this spell. And you... What do we got here? Damn, they've got a lot of HP. Speaking of art canceling... Well, let's try again. No, it's okay, Hazardous. He's military, not a cop. Nope. Yep, that didn't work out. Correct. Game over, Nate. I actually talked about this earlier. The way they do the armor and attack calculation is basically... Most games do this, right? So, this is tons and tons of damage... But the more armor they have, the less damage you do. Pretty much in a linear line. This game does this. And there's just a drop-off. You do the same damage up until they hit a certain break point in defense. And once you hit that break point, it drops off substantially until it goes all the way down to 0. For the record, I actually don't like that. Not my thing. I feel like that's way too problematic. I want to test something. That's what I thought. So we're at the... Speaking of breakpoints, much of the damage for spells is also calculated based on equipment, rather than by rather than by the spell. So at a certain point, it's actually better to use weaker and smaller spells. Okay, so since you're just kind of here... Yep, no, 0. That's to be expected.
Be gone.
Just gonna eat it for a little bit here. I actually have very limited healing, so I'm gonna be kind of limited in how I heal. Let's try... Let's see what this does here. Not that I want to talk about it, Sierra Mike, but a friend of mine in KC was actually present at a demonstration, and it was completely peaceful and completely normal up until something happened. I'm not going to talk about specifics. And then all of the people who were there to make a statement left, and the only people left were the drunk and the rowdy, which was like 5 guys. They caused issues. Funny how that works out. Also, lower level spells cast much quicker than higher level spells. So they're quicker, cost less and cost less MP. Hey, Baron. Sorry, Mazanaka has posed an interesting question. See, the problem with this type of scaling is that it basically makes the high-level spells kinda suck in comparison. It turns them into situational spells, rather than, you know, things that can be useful normally. And I'm not sure what I think of that. I'm gonna have to debate that in a minute. This should be the last boss, Leander, if memory serves. I actually remember this fight, by the way. I mentioned there was 3 things. This is the second thing I remember. Huh. Good to know. Yeah, that's why I'm debating it, Takoida. How do you keep low-level spells and high-level spells both useful? I feel like there's a game somewhere out there which basically makes high-level spells do more, but at the same scaling. So basically a high-level spell will do damage and also a status effect, or do this massive thing, do the exact same damage, but also hit in a huge area, or do damage and also heal. Something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to debate that. For now, jeez, the AoE is so tiny. Let's scooch over here. It's interesting you say that, Sierra Mike, because that's the exact impression I've been getting, and I don't have access to anything to judge that with, so I've just been speculating based on what I've seen. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old enough to see patterns. Is he still muted?
Take that.
I think I'll go ahead and blow this.
Now, light of the heavens, heal these battered wings. Radiant blast!
Hey, Jokel Maverick. They can do status effects to us. I don't know if we can do status effects to them. Also, it doesn't help that I'm being told two separate things in chat right now with regards to how this game functions on harder difficulties. FF5 is another good one for status effects, Bad Diesel. We're actually holding our own pretty well here. I need to test something. Thank you very much, Inocience. Appreciate the sub as always. Thank you. I will put that towards Wargroove. Oh, he's finally not stun locked. Okay, so let's test something, shall we? Tacos. Damn it, Ciela. Thank you very, very much for the sub. Very much appreciate. Thank you. And thank you again! Very, very much, Ciela. Please stop. Very much appreciate. Thank you. Again, if you know where you want those to go, let me know. Try this again. That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you for no longer donating, Ciela. I appreciate it. Do you know where you want both of those subs to go?
Be gone.
That's kind of cool, Mazanaka. There we go. Let's see if she can do something now. I always like to think of blue mages as the ultimate expression of what a wizard should be in Dungeons & Dragons. How good they are is dependent entirely on how prepped they are. Tales of Berseria. Which one was that one? Because I don't remember. I've played several Tales of games, but I have trouble remembering specific ones. Who is this? This is her, so let's have her do water. Hang on. If I did a rumination on it, then yes, I played it, although I probably don't remember much of it. So we've got Ciela for AC Syndicate and Bloodstain. You got it. Was that the lady who wouldn't put on clothes? Like, that was actually a decent enough game, really, but put on some clothes! I actually did know that, Sinister Wing. They even changed how low-level spells work, so you have infinite amount of low-level spells, which, by the way, is a change I was actually in favor of. Alright, let's see if we can do any damage. This is it! Dramatic pause! 6! I think I actually will. Aw, they're not close enough. Never mind. Kind of expected that, honestly.
Be gone.
go ahead and start getting some damage on this thing. I think I'm gonna go ahead and beat the other thing first. The art canceling is just getting too irritating. Nice, Estelle. Jeez. Since we got a strength up. Hey, now they're close enough.
Let me show you the true essence of music. Take that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm remembering that there's another boss after this. I could be wrong. Like I said, it's been a while, and I don't remember this game all that well. We'll see. There is 2 bosses after this. Okay. Oh, 100 damage.
Think you're clever? Die with honor.
They really like to do that, don't they? The whole sheathing sword thing. Why did that heal me? Like, you saw that, right? I turned the cheats... I specifically turned the cheats off for this fight. Otherwise, I'd just be one-shotting them. I think that's confused to quote, although it might just be stun. Like, to be clear, I only have the one cheat, and that's the one-shot cheat. Sure.
Finished.
Oh shoot, here I thought I was actually holding my own. I wonder if I've been getting healed the whole time. Because I have only had to heal a little bit. Whatever. Whatever.
Be gone.
Nope, that did damage. I have no idea what happened. None. I wonder if it underflowed. Like, my defense is so low that it just did negative damage to me. I don't even know if that's a thing in this game, but that would amuse me. That's not what I'm talking about, Leander. We're talking about something else. Like, he did an attack which should have done more than his maximum health and damage. It was like 1,500 hit, and I got healed from it. Now, you can check the VOD if you don't believe me. Well, I'm not good at pros and cons anyways, Gum Gum, so you should ask someone else. See, she's taking damage. That had to have been a glitch with his thing. This is why I had noticed it before, because we are taking hits. Whatever. I don't know what the hell's going on at this point. And I don't care. Because this isn't the final boss, which is funny, because this is the only fight I remember. You're probably thinking, why do I remember this fight? I remember it taking forever. That's actually what I remember about this fight. And the casting interrupt thing. And, of course, the lead-up about him not even remembering why he's down here, which was a nice touch, I thought. Yeah. Let's see if we can get that off in time. We cannot. Oh, well, whatever. Screw it. Okay, so let's see what this does. So it's hitting Olivier. He has 1,031 health.
Die with honor.
It should do... I have no idea what's going on with that. Like, that should have killed him outright.
Be gone.
Now, light of the heavens, heal these battered wings. Radiant flash!
Let's get top off here for the next fight. No, you get blown out into space, Gum Gum. Well, either way, we win. We'll cheat on the next few fights. Just to speed this along a little bit. We still got the epilogue to go through.
99 kills.
Impressive. I'd expect no less from the children of Colonel Cassius. But it appears you're too late. Yeah, that's not terrifying. Total orbital shutdown. It's the orbital shutdown phenomenon. But it feels like something was released. Warning. All personnel. Warning. First barrier on sealed Oriole device has been confirmed as no longer operative. Confirmed gospel activated. Device towers enabled. Depends on the range, Dakota. But yeah, if they were in the blast radius. What's going on? The first barrier, the sealed Oriole device. What's all this about, Colonel? I don't know. I didn't... First barrier collapsed. Ring emitting very slight interference. Destruction of seal on Ring Guardians confirmed. All personnel should evacuate the sealed area immediately. That's us, by the way. We should evacuate. We should run. Hi. Mode, eliminate all targets. Ring Guardian Revier? Or whatever. I gotta be honest, based on this particular setup, a mech like that should probably beat the ever-living stuffing out of us. Probably more than that. Well, whatever. It's time to cheat. Well, I wonder, actually. Hang on a second. Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing, Bad Diesel. Let's do more damage to the enemy, shall we? If this works. Let's see if this does anything. And of course... Oh, looks like we did get refilled after the last fight. That's funny. She still doesn't have anything equipped, so let's just attack. And do 0... Oh, 20. Holy crap. I'm not sure, Dream Whisperer. They talk about quartz mines. Orbital energy is renewable energy. Quartz, I'm not sure about. I don't think it's grown like Magicite is in FF12. Whoa! Okay, yeah, that works. We got this, guys. Well, good to know. See, that's cheating. Let's scooch out of that, shall we? For God's sakes. The enemy thought they could defeat me, but little did they know they were weak to their... Ah, that's what I thought. They had one weakness. Being killed. Oh, whatever. Interesting. That was just... That's a knockback. And some range. Jeez, did you see the reach on that? Has a big hitbox too, though. I can actually picture that. I figured it out. Just keep attacking.
Take that.
0. Wow. Let's see what this can do.
Let's do this.
Good news, everyone! I figured out the enemy's weak spot. It's the giant glowing orb in its head that it doesn't have, because its head is a gun turret. I want to just drop already, because it's a giant mecha. Not that you know what that is. Looks like it still has some power left in it. Watch out. So this is the final boss now? Centaur mode, apparently. Mode. Annihilation mode. And now we're in space, because all JRPGs have to end with a psychedelic background for some reason. The hell is that? I don't remember this fight at all. I think it's got some health. No, it makes no sense at all, Gum Gum. Like, if you want an actual reasoned answer, I could probably come up with one, but it boils down to, you're gonna have to think about that very carefully. I've got it, they're weak to fire. Well, that's a thing. He's got an AoE art canceller. That's cute. Whoop, 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 whoop. No. The AI has nothing to do with anything. But if you're going to introduce fighters, you need to understand that that's a complete sea change to all military tactics henceforth. Malfunction, beginning self-diagnosis, right arm damaged, AA canceller jammed. Death Rage! Yeah, that's just straight up healing. I am so confused why those are healing. Whatever. Whatever. I have no idea why that's happening, guys. Sorry. Core badly damaged. Laser inoperative. Yeah, I think you're right, Subby. It, like, killed me and then healed me. Which is weird? There's no life 3s in this game, are there? Re-raises? I'm just gonna call that a straight-up bug, because I don't know what's doing that. The Ring Guardian. Seems like its goal was to destroy the facility, to destroy the seed of the Oriole. When the Oriole was sealed, it was sealed along with it. Disabled, but set to be reactivated if anyone tried to take the artifact. Maybe the artifact's ancients were in dispute over the Orioles themselves. But where is it, then? Well, shoot. I can't move. Help. I'll defend you, Estelle. And there's our dad. Oh, I know that's Richard, sorry. I'll deal with this. Get out of here! You barely survived fighting this thing last time. I'm still ready for combat. I can at least buy you some time. So Richard is awesome. He really did learn his techniques from Dad. What are you doing? Go! And he just broke his sword. My fate was sealed when I lost my fight with you. Don't worry about me. My plan may have ended in failure, but if I can help you, perhaps this will be repentance enough. I will die. You know, if you think this is a hopeless battle, then that's exactly what it will be. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? There's our dad. Who, of course, does that in one freaking shot. Because he really is that high tier. And apparently we have yet another boss battle. Wow, this is 4 in a row. Yikes. Can we at least, Dad, you gonna help us out with this time? Because you're right there, and you just took out the thing's arm in one hit. Come on, Dad! Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, I didn't plan for that, but that's apropos. Estelle's like, hey, I can do that too. Fonk. Thank you for your help, everyone. Estelle, Joshua, I'm home. Yeah, you see it did 1,300 damage. I don't know how much health it had. I didn't even look. Dad? Still got a long ways to go, but I can see your training has paid off. I guess that's fair, Maznaka. But yeah, it's still a little ridiculous. At least he had the brains necessary to identify a weak point. Suppose I'll get you really maced. That's hysterical. Dad, don't give me that. What are you even doing here? What indeed? Perhaps I just wanted to see the ending. What do you mean by ending? You're just as cheerful as ever, Dad. Well, it looks like you've gotten taller. Has looking after Estelle been as difficult as I think it has? What's that supposed to mean? Depends on the day, really. But to be fair, she looks out for me, too. Balances out. Good, good. Sounds like it's been worthwhile. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Cassius Bright. My name is Olivier. I'm a traveling musician from the Empire. Is that so? When time permits, I'd like to discuss a few things with you. In the meantime, please know you have my thanks for assisting my son and daughter. Think nothing of it. It's been a worthwhile pursuit. Nevertheless, I'm impressed by your skill. It's rare to see a living legend at work. Well, I'm still working on it myself. It's been quite a long time, Mr. Cassius. Ah, yes, Your Highness. 6 months, I believe. I heard of your imprisonment, but I'm glad to see you well. You can thank Estelle and company for coming to my rescue. By the way, Estelle and Joshua were in the year's play at the Royal Academy. I wish you could have been there to see it. Really? Oh, I wish I could have been there for that. This isn't the time for chit-chat! God, I swear you just pop out of nowhere at just the right moment to make the most dramatic entrance you can. Ah. Professor, there you are. You're a bit late to the party, though, I'm afraid. Well, after you went on ahead, we were surrounded by a horde of those mechanized monsters. Hang on, that's the last boss, right? Like, that's the last boss. We're good? We're cool? We're cool? I just want to check, because I want to talk about something, and I think actually now's a better time than later. Okay, cool. 5 more forms. Of course it does. Alright, so here's the deal. And I know this is going to get some hackles, and that's fine. I kind of want to give another negative to gameplay. Because that was not what I would call an impressive last dungeon. But I can't judge it fairly. So I want to know your guys' thoughts, especially for those of you who've played this without cheating. The layout was not great. You know, it was fairly typical. Fairly boring, if I might be so bold. The enemies were relatively easy to dodge, so that's not too bad. You know, I'm not too worried about that. The fight with what's-his-face was alright. Although apparently I had a bug there, so I'm still not sure how that would have been legit, which sucks, because I wanted to experience that legit. But yeah, exactly. The last dungeon was just another dungeon with a different song and a different graphic to it. That wouldn't surprise me, Raven Zero. Thankfully, this turned out to be a smash hit, so they were able to expand on this after this. So, woo. I'm glad the franchise got going. I am. Everything I heard says that this one was a substantial financial success, which has basically kickstarted the rest of the franchise. which is still going, from what I understand, since Cold Steel 4, well, didn't. There's more story that can happen after Cold Steel 4. Yeah, now here's another thing. This is something I've heard several people talk about, and I don't think I could fairly judge this game for this, but this is not the final dungeon. Or at least it wasn't supposed to be. What I mean by that, to explain that a little bit better, is that this was originally supposed to be like your typical Act 1 end dungeon, and this was designed this way, and then they realized the game was too huge, so they had to chop it down. Which probably helps to explain why this feels like the end of Act 1 rather than a final dungeon. Unfortunately, I still think it suffers substantially for being just another dungeon. I mean, and also having 4 major bosses in a row with no breaks in between is not exactly great either. And you guys are concurring with me on this, which isn't fantastic. Very, very long bosses with tons of HP, and the ability to interrupt you, and status effects. I mean, I don't know. I'm talking too much here. I think I'm just going to give the negative. I don't think the outro is well done, gameplay wise, because we're pretty much done judging the gameplay as of this point. There's nothing really else to add. No, Epic. The next game we'll be playing will be Persona 5. Yes, Persona 5 is the next game we're streaming. Give me a second. Pretty sure we're streaming it Thursday. And I'm going to be getting some other work done tomorrow. Let's double check. Yep, nope, looks like that is still true. As much as I hate to put off a stream, the harsh reality is that I don't have my copy of Persona 5 here. Kind of hard to play a game I don't have. And you're probably wondering, Lore, why haven't you been ready to go with this for a while? Well, 2 things. Number 1, and most obviously, I actually expected this game would take a little bit longer. And the second reason is because shippings have been severely delayed lately. I was just checking the shipping schedule just now to make sure. And yeah, it is still massively being delayed. It should show up tomorrow. If it doesn't show up tomorrow, I'll probably go ahead and just start streaming something else. But I do have something else to work on, which is not stream related, so I'm going to work on that instead of and use the time to try and get other work done. Anyways, I think I am done with gameplay. And honestly, and I know this is gonna raise some heckles. I really do think people are not gonna like this, but if I'm being completely honest, I think this kind of jives with my overall feeling of the game, of a net gameplay ranking of -2. I am not impressed. It feels in many ways like a first entry, which is funny because it's not. This is the 6th Legend of Heroes series, never mind the Ys series, which was made before this. So I'm not sure why it feels like that, but it's not good. In addition to having some cool ideas, in addition to having just being bog standard, you know. in terms of gameplay design. So that's why it's just kind of a little bit into the negative there, rather than actually being terrible. With that said, let's go through the ending and epilogue and finish judging the story. So, in any case, it seems all affairs have been set in order. Much remains to be done, but this at least is resolved. But isn't the Intelligence Division's battalion getting close to the castle? No doubt, along with patrol ships. Dad, did you check out the situation on the surface before coming down here? Yes, and you've no need to worry. General Morgan said he has the situation under control. And with Sid's help, this craziness will be quelled in no time. So you took care of them on your way here, too. Hi, Richard. So you're awake. We placed General Morgan under strict observation. Sid couldn't risk defying us because we held his family hostage. That you freed both from our grasp. Yeah, I guess I did. However, Richard, that's about all I've done. Even had I not returned, they would have been able to handle it themselves. No, you're wrong. You're a hero. You left the military. You left all of us. What were we supposed to do? I didn't think we could survive another invasion. I had to find something else we could rely on. If you had ever stayed in the service, it never would have come to this. Smack. I was joking. Stop being such a child, Richard. You're the one who made the mistake of never letting go of the delusions you had about me. For all your schemes, why could you never stand on your own 2 feet? I thought it would be okay to retire. I thought I could comfortably leave the army in your care. I'm not an icon. A decade ago, you and General Morgan helped me, and we were victorious. But I'm no more than the man who ran away from reality without protecting all the things that are most important to him. I have no intention of running anymore. That's why I expect the same from you, Richard. I want you to think about this mess. Think about what you did wrong, and how you can atone for it. You'll have plenty of time, believe me. I'm really happy he's going to be in the second game. Richard, I mean. So the coup was stopped. Conspirators were arrested. It's been a week. 60th anniversary of the Queen's birth. Woo! I wonder what each of the symbols mean. Like one for each city, or city-state, maybe? We don't have any silver points, Bad Diesel. Oh, I'm sorry. I apparently didn't explain myself because some people were questioning it. To be clear, the reason I'm going to not stream for the next day and a half is because I have something else I want to get work done on. And I'd like to get it done as soon as possible. So that's why. It's not... I could just stream Soten, or I could stream like a Mega Man, or any number of games that we could blow through in a day. But I kind of want to get work on that other thing done. So that's why we're going to wait until Persona 5 shows up. In honor of your recent work, the Grancel branch of the Bracers Guild has prepared your letter of recommendation. Depends, Cubic. Depends on what they do with it. And how sloggy it is, and if there's skippable cutscenes, and if there's New Game Plus. All sorts of stuff. Yay. 4th class. Taking time off. You're funny. Sorry, we're playing Persona 5 Royal. I'm sorry. I meant to say that out loud. Sir Cassius, if you would do the honors. Amazingness Circus? I think that's the quickest way I could say that. Estelle and Joshua Bright. In accordance with the rules of this guild, this will qualify you both to become full-fledged bracers. Present your letters of recommendation. Yes, sir. By all means, please verify their authenticity. Roland, Bose, Ruin, and Zeiss and Grancel branches. I've now confirmed the authenticity of all 5 signatures. The final rank, Junior Bracer rank 4. You just barely scraped by. You'll have to work hard in the future. Shut up, Dad. In Eidos' name and by the seal of the Bracer Guild, both of you are promoted to full-fledged bracers. Take your emblems. Congratulations on killing an ancient mecha. Hey, those emblems look good on you. I have to admit, you did good just this once, though. Thanks, everyone. We never would have reached this point without everyone's help. Your true careers as bracers... We didn't exactly save the world, Goo. Your true careers as bracers start now. Bear that in mind. I understand. We'll be even more dedicated. I hate to break up such a happy occasion, but I'm afraid I do have some unfortunate news. Today marks the final day of Cassius Bright's membership in the Bracer Guild. He's going to be returning to active duty in the army. No! Since I've been away for so long, I feel bad bringing this up so suddenly. But the chaos that resulted from the attempted coup must be quelled. The military needs major reorganization to deal with the damage the intelligence division caused. I plan to help out with that. Oh, okay, since bracers can't be soldiers. Did the higher ranks already know about this? Yeah. It's discouraging, but we can never be truly independent if we always lean on the more experienced. Yeah, it's called a crutch character. This means we're going to be really busy. You do have 2 new full-fledged bracers from now on. Yeah, exactly, Betty. He knew. You can work them like dogs. Jeez, Dad, can't you at least stay with us until the end of the birthday celebration? Sorry, there's a war council starting immediately. Colonel Richard may be in custody, but there's plenty of his special ops cohorts at large. Captain Amalthea is also hiding somewhere in the underground ruins. And if that weren't enough, it looks like the Sky Bandits ran off in the confusion. We have to stay on our guard so they don't cause any trouble. Those guys are just a constant pain in the arse. Either way, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. The increased security is just for peace of mind. The real issue is that we really don't know the significance of what happened. We can only guess at what effect breaking the seal will have. Sorry. And what the purpose of the Oriole is. Again. Doesn't sound like Colonel Richard's memory can be trusted. Yeah, just like Kurt, he has missing memories. Even so, the search team was able to confirm one thing. We now know where the Black Orbment came from. We don't know who made it, but we know who's responsible for introducing it to the Intelligence Division. Commander of Special Ops, 2nd Lieutenant Lawrence Belgar. Ha ha ha. Totally not working for Ouroboros. I mean, he gave it to Richard shortly after he was recruited. And coincidentally, that would be just about the same time Richard planned his coup. We need to find out everything about Lawrence that we can. Huh. He always did seem strange. I guess we're lucky we actually got a good look at his face, huh? If you want, I could try drawing you a picture of him. That would be appreciated. I have to admit, though, I don't have the utmost faith in your artistic skills. Maybe I should ask Shara or Her Majesty. It's not nice. Estelle, you actually saw Lawrence's face? What, didn't I tell you? As I say, I've been paying attention. They haven't even mentioned the name yet, Maze. He took his helmet off when we fought him. Looked around 20, older, ash blonde hair. Had some seriously creepy eyes, too, let me tell you. They were cold, but they were on fire at the same time. He told the Queen, "You're hardly qualified to feel pity for me." Joshua? Your eyes are looking a little creepy now, too, Joshua. What's on your mind? Something... How about you let us handle the cleanup and go have fun at the festival? Okay, you're right. Awesome, let's go live it up. Oh, right, are we going to be sleeping at the castle tonight? Yes, Her Majesty was kind enough to let me use 2 of the guest rooms in the eastern wing. Joshua and I will be on the right, you and Shara on the left. Me and Shara together? You don't like that setup? Okay, how about me and you in one room and Joshua and Shara in the other? Just imagine all that time for you to fawn over me and wait on me, tell me how much you missed me. I'll bunk with Shara. Oh, I suspected as much. Alright, I'll see you kids tonight. You know, it wouldn't be a big deal for you to share a room with him. I mean, it has been a long time since you saw him. Didn't you have a lot of stuff about your mom you wanted to talk about? Yeah, but I don't much like the idea of you and Shara in the same room either. Oh? Nothing. Let's go and look around. If we get tired, there's a rest area in the east block. That'll be our last stop. Oh, or if not. Okay, whatever. Even being only partially familiar with it, Cubic Skull, I would strongly recommend going through the Trails in the Sky series before starting the Cold Steel series. You can just play Cold Steel, but I wouldn't. It's a different arc, but it is connected in several ways, and of course, it's the same setting. It's just over in Erebonia. Aw. Aw. Admittedly, I don't know about the Crossbell games, because those haven't been actually released in English, so... I don't know how much those are, you know, recommended. Maybe if they were released in English. Just saying. Like, I'll pay, guys. Seriously? No? Okay, whatever. I know there's a fan translation. That doesn't really change the reality. Did that guy just say Fuzzy Pickles? He totally did. Wow. Olivert is in Cold Steel 2, at least. I don't actually remember 1 all that well. He might be in 1? Don't ask me on that one. Olivert is a pretty major character in the Cold Steel series, though. Yes, he was actually taking a picture. He says, we don't have to stay here. A picture and a trip to the toilet is memory enough. Free, too, is what he actually said. Hello, Dwaynex. Yeah, to be clear, if we ever do play the Crossbell games, we're going to be playing the fan translations. Just going to have to deal, or get a hold of them, excuse me. Oh, Sora Roxas, what's up, dude? I'm sorry, I forgot about the name change. Until you mentioned that. Then I remembered. It's funny how many of the military men are basically in disbelief, literally or otherwise, about the colonel being behind everything. That would be nice, game over, Nate, but we'll see. I mean, Cold Steel 4 isn't even out here yet. Kalu Kalay. It's an interesting thing to cheer. Colonel Richards was a victim of circumstance. Ironically, that's actually pretty true. But let's not talk about that. It's next year, isn't it? That's when Cold Steel 4 is coming out? Out of Japan. Ah, this fall, okay. Is it getting a PC release? Because that'd be awesome. Never, Joven! Tell you what, I'll play Mystic Quest. Does that sound like a good idea? now I got Alt Tab. There we go. Thank you as always, Javin. See you around, Dwayne Hicks. Enjoy the lunch. Come on. There we go. Best feature of the game. Yeah. I mean, I would. Game over, Nate. Sorry. Ooh, there's a sale. Oh no, there's probably going to be some pluses here, Mazanaka. Actually, it did, Javin. Although only a partial, admittedly, but still. Are those the ones available on GOG or Steam, Ravenzir? You know, PC, in other words. Well, there's actually an answer for that, Von Falkenstein, believe it or not. Because of course there is. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't going 60. There are PC versions. Excellent. So that means... I just want to make sure, because, like, for example, the Yakuza series is not all on PC. It's only up to 2. 0, 1, and 2. And 7. Into the Dragon, rather. So, is all of the Trails series on PC at this point? Question mark? I'd kill for a cute boyfriend like him. Okay. Awesome. Obviously, except for the ones that haven't even been released out here, but yeah. You know, I don't think we've reviewed a game yet that has a playable epilogue. No, that's not true. We reviewed Dragon Age Origins. As I say, Earthbound does this. Which is, I think, the first game I was introduced to that does this. Actually, no, Hazardous, believe it or not. Ah, you're right, Dragon Quest XI. Didn't think about that one. Either way, this is probably getting a plus, just for the playable epilogue. This is probably getting a plus. I'm just going to be real about that. Damn it, Raven Zero, what are you doing to me? Apparently Philip likes donuts. I don't remember. Wait, isn't Cold Steel... Okay, minor spoilers. Isn't Cold Steel 2 the one that ends, like, on a boss battle out of absolutely nowhere and for no reason whatsoever? Or was that Cold Steel 1 that did that? It was like, hey, we're all together. Let's go kill this random thing for absolutely no reason. And then we kill it, and then the ending plays. And it's like... I think I'm thinking of 2. Because 1 ended with the mecha fight, I'm almost positive. One moment. Raven 04. Trails Sky 2. Thank you. very, very much, Raven Zero. Very much appreciate as always. Thank you. And I've put that towards Trails in the Sky, too. But yeah, I remember that distinctly in Cold Steel 2, because it was just like, huh? It felt like they were basically like, okay, the game needs to end. Here you go. Here's the final boss. Okay. That was incredibly needless. And obviously I haven't played 3. I have read about 3 and 4. Ishmelga is all I have to say about that. But I've never played them, obviously. Talk to her. Made it to the rest area. Sure you don't want to look around more? I'm ready. For a moment, at least, Grancel seems... Oh. Grancel seems like it's genuinely at peace. You really think so? I'm just glad we can leave it up to Dad and everyone else, at least for today. Of course, I really think it should be his responsibility to begin with, since he showed up so late. Maybe it's just part of his nature. Oh well, it's not like we can do anything about it. Check us out, we're actually full bracers now. Which means we're not beholden to any specific branch and can do whatever we want. Anytime a branch is short-handed and requests help, we can just take an airliner there. But our newfound freedom will also mean greater responsibility. Sure, but I think we'll be able to handle it. I mean, hey, we actually played a major part in stopping the coup. And it means I'll never have to hear Dad going on about how it worries him when you're not around to keep an eye on me. Yeah, I think his days of saying that are an end. You really showed him what you can do. Still, I think I'd like to stay with you from now on. Or would I just get on your nerves? No, it's just, what do you mean by stay with me? Just, we came to know each other so well and can practically read each other's minds, and I think we make a good team, and I hate to break it up. You mean like for Bracer's business? And here I was thinking you were going to tell me your big confession or something. Nothing, forget I said anything. Oh, it sure is hot. There's nothing to beat hot weather like ice cream. I'll even treat you. Wait here, bye! No, Estelle, don't go. My, but I do envy you your youth sometimes. It's Professor Alba, remember him? He's been here since the beginning. It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? So much has happened lately, but things are finally settling down again. People truly thrive in the most peaceful of times. Oh, is something the matter? You look a bit pale. I would have thought you'd generally be in better spirits now that you've attained Senior Bracer status. Speaking of which, I truly must congratulate you on your success. So long as, of course, I'm not being too forward in doing so. Ever since we first met, you always make me really uncomfortable. I'm a little more used to you now, but I still get the shakes a bit whenever you look at me. Oh? And in all the cases we've dealt with, there have been people who just forget things. You're always there investigating, no matter where we've gone. Your timing's almost a little too good. What really clued me in was Kurt's reaction. He lost his memories too. Said he wasn't feeling well when he was in the stands. And you were right there with him. Professor Alba, was it you? Impressive. Even with your cognizance and recollection being puppeteered, you were still able to pierce it together. Indeed, it was I. Allow me to clear away your confusion. That was Ouroboros' symbol. Ouroboros' symbol at the end there, by the way. So you finally remember me, do you? When your heart was in tatters, it was I who rebuilt it. I who restored it. It was I who poured a soul back into that empty vessel. You have the powers to twist the minds and memories of men. The 7 snake apostles, the Anguis, you're one of them. Weisman, the faceless. I've not heard that name pass your lip in ages. Enforcer number 13, the Black Fang, Joshua Ashtray. You were behind all of this. Lieutenant Lawrence is, as you surmise. I was kind enough not to erase your memories of him. I'm not surprised you were able to make the connection so quickly. I'm sure he'd be pleased to know you were thinking of him. You're here to finish me off? Oh, nothing of the sort. The first phase of our plan went off without a hitch. Since I've a moment to spare, I simply thought I'd come and see you. The seal in the old ruins? Yeah, the gate, which blocked the path to the ring. Wrenching it open was but the first step of many. And it's already. There exists no means of closing it again. I knew this wouldn't be the end of it. What the hell is the Shining Ring? What is your little society after? Oh, if you really wish to know, why don't you rejoin? I'm certain you'll be able to return to active duty in no time. You needn't look so glum. We can get you back into fighting form. Please spare me your withering looks. I do understand you have a family now, whom you regard as important. You greatly admire your father, to say nothing of the girl you so adore. Even with him on our side, throwing those gifts away would be the actions of an idiot. So I've come here to see you. I came to offer you true freedom from our association, as thanks for the integral role you so perfectly played. Which means I must congratulate you, Joshua. You are already a free man. I am most grateful for the work you've done for the past 5 years. Oh, don't be so boring. I was expecting more cheer out of you at hearing such news. Perhaps there's a flaw in the design of your emotions. Oh, pardon me, I completely forgot to tell you. I never intended you to be an assassin. You were a spy. The society abandoned you. We played on the pities of a noble-hearted man, and it worked. You were given a loving home. And while you were there, our contacts would check in on you from time to time, and you'd tell them everything. We were particularly interested in the reports and the movements of the Bracers Guild, as well as your intel on one Cassius Bright. But of course, you wouldn't remember having done such things as that. You were not yourself at the time. Cassius Bright, S-ranked bracer, he was the foremost impediment to the success of this plan. We felt certain he would be quick to act in order to stop any coup d'etat should it occur. But through a detailed analysis of his behavioral patterns, we finally devised a plan that would lead him out of the country and out of our way. The intel you've unknowingly been feeding us has been most useful indeed. So, I must thank you again. The past 5 years have been inestimable help. Why are you so sad? Has your feigned ignorance not earned you a beloved family and a happy home? If you say nothing, they'll never know. However, it is the sort of thing that might weigh heavily on a fellow. Since your fellow members of the Bright household are such good people, perhaps a little too good for a monster such as yourself. However much you may model your behavior after a normal, decent person, you are no such thing. You must surely have noticed your ability to reason through and execute a solution to a problem, no matter the circumstance. Your physical strength and reflexes, better than an entire squadron of normal soldiers. You are my greatest creation, my human weapon. That is who and what you truly are, Black Fang. You have no place in the lives of normal people. You'll never be happy in their presence again. You can't be. When it becomes too much for you, you're always welcome to return. To the Grandmaster's Society of Souls, back to Ouroboros. Ta-ta. Some of you who are watching this VOD may have noticed that I have been very careful not to spoil who Alba was this entire time. I did remember, to be clear. It was one of the few things I remembered very clearly about this game. And it's been fascinating replaying it and seeing Alba throughout the entire game. Weisman. In fact, if you're paying attention, I even went out of my way to mention Weisman out of context several times. That's getting a plus, by the way. Oh yeah, Osborne. Whew. And of course, Joshua's completely, has no idea how to deal with any of this. I don't know how to face him after all that, but I've kept him waiting way too long. It's getting late, too. I'm such an idiot. I need to learn to think before I open my mouth. I wonder where Joshua figured me out. Cool down. I feel like I'm stuck in permanent blush mode. Meanwhile, she's just thinking about admitting to him that she likes him romantically. Hi, Professor Alba. Indeed. I was actually just speaking with Joshua. Congratulations on your promotion to senior bracer status. Something wrong? I don't know. Something just seems different about you. What's got you looking so cheerful? Okay, you've got me. To tell you the truth, I've made several major advances in my archaeological research. You might say it's put me in a good mood. Hey, that's awesome. Oh, sorry. Ice cream's gonna melt, so I better get going. See you later. Cassius Bright's daughter. I think she's gonna be quite a lot of fun. Yeah, Weisman, he is an unabashed sadist. He's probably one of the more overall malicious characters in this series that I'm aware of. He actually enjoys screwing up with people and hurting people. A lot. That's why he railed into Joshua there. Now we can eat like kings. So, about earlier. Oh, Weisman would be a Type 4 villain. Absolutely. Unabashed, unapologetic, unremorsefully evil. He embraces what he was. What he is. You probably don't remember this, but during the run, I actually made a comment on the villain's plan to mind control everyone. That's another thing. That's the kind of messed up that he is. Yeah, I want to apologize for that. I didn't mean to be so vague. It just wasn't an appropriate time for confessions, you know? Yeah, of all Ouroboros, he is the worst. It's interesting. Because we see plenty of Ouroboros members later on, mostly in Cold Steel, and he takes the cake. From what I understand, too, basically none of them like him either. I didn't really mind so much. Well, when I gave it more thought, it seemed silly to kind of rush things. It may be senior bracers now, but that means we have different work to work on. We might have to really consider our future prospects. Yeah, by the way, you'll notice that Joshua is really... I don't want to use the word mellow, but basically he's already thought about what he's about to do, and he's already kind of decided that this is the correct choice. And that's why he's kind of coming across as very flat right now. Meanwhile, she's thinking, if we get married, we'll have to think about raising children. I gotta stop getting so far ahead of myself. Evening already. Why don't we eat our ice cream on the way back? Everyone's probably waiting for us. Hey, Joshua? What is it? Do you have something you wanted to discuss about the future? No, what would give you that idea? Come on, let's get back to the castle. What's interesting is, from what I understand of Trails 2 and Trails 3, Weisman comes very close to winning. He just makes a couple of mistakes right at the finishing line. What's wrong, Estelle? You've been completely on edge for a while now. Something on your mind? Yeah. Hey, Shara, did you think Joshua was acting weird at dinner? If anyone was acting weird, I'd say it was you. He was as calm as he ever is. Yeah, that's because his mask is firmly on display here. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about the Grandmaster. That's getting too far into spoiler territory, so I'm just going to leave that at the door. No spoilers for the Grandmaster. That's too recent, you know. 4 isn't even out yet. I had a feeling about it, but I was wondering if you'd ever admit it to yourself. You're falling for Joshua, aren't you? You can tell? It's pretty obvious. Sorry, hon. The game has been pushing this angle since the very beginning, after all. But I'm guessing you haven't told him anything about this. No. Joshua's always picking on me, telling me what a dope I am. Not that I should be criticizing anyone, I guess. Ah, you're so naive. It's a wonder how you've lasted this long. You need to learn to look a little deeper. Big sister is ready to begin your education in love, Estelle. I'm never asking you for advice again. I actually do have a theory of who the Grandmaster is, but I don't even want to share that for fear of spoilers. We'll see if I'm right when Cold Steel 5 comes out, or whatever the next one is. You guys just set out when you guys... This is actually surprisingly logical, by the way. I remember mentioning this in the rumination. You guys set out just when puberty was about to hit. It's only logical you'd start picking up on feelings for each other. Traveling together just seems like a petty reason for that kind of thing. I guess I've gotten a little more self-aware since we started all this. Ah, this isn't like me at all. You're the proverbial flower that refuses to blossom. Every girl feels that way. Shara, I don't want to lecture you or talk about this with you if you're not ready. But if you are, then what say we have ourselves some girl talk, huh? Would it help if I told your fortune? Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm just glad there is going to be another one. A 10th? Yeah, 10th one. Because, well... to be continued, you know what I mean? You're gonna tell him? Not about that. It really does seem to be something weird going on with him. I want to see what that's about first. Well, you seem to know him better than anyone. Notice that other people haven't picked up on the fact that something is off with Joshua, but she has, which I do like. It makes sense that she would know him better than basically anyone else at this point. Even Weisman. Ah, they'll probably be fine. Oh yeah, Dad's in some meeting. Where's Joshua? She's probably up. Also, bookends. It'll be fine, Raven Zero. Okay, I have no idea where he is. There he is. So we're just gonna start wall-to-walling this place. Hey, Estelle. Nice night, isn't it? Yeah, there's that song again. The Whereabouts of Light. I've lost a lot, but this song and the harmonica have always been with me. I've been thinking about why I play it. Maybe it's a habit I should quit. I think I want to tell you what I was doing before I met you. It may take a while. Do you mind? Not at all. Thank you. Okay, so I'm an assassin for a secret organization that's trying to do things that they haven't even fully revealed across the entire planet. They have 3 different plans, which they're going through the first one right now. I don't even remember what they call it. So, there was a boy. He was a timid sort, relying on the kindness of others without a single redeeming trait. But he had people who cared about him, so he was happy. One day something happened that broke his heart. He forgot how to speak or feel or eat. All he could do was play his harmonica. No matter how hard his caretaker tried, nothing helped his heart to mend, and he grew weaker by the day. Gospel plan, that's it, thank you. One day a wandering magician appeared before the boy. "I will heal the boy's heart for you," he said, "provided, of course, I am compensated." So the boy was given over to the magician's care. As he attempted to piece the broken heart back together, the magician found he could shape the boy's existence into anything he wished. So the boy's new heart became that of a murderer. For 2 years, the boy killed every single day. Under the cover of night, he murdered dozens of soldiers, slit the throat of a national cabinet minister who was under heavily armed guard. Sometimes he used explosives, which maimed and killed innocent bystanders. And at some point, he became regarded as something more than a mere killer. He was known as the Black Fang, the Rogue, and his name struck fear into the hearts of men. One day, the magician gave the boy an assassination order. The target was a hero, a man who had protected his queen and nation from the threat of an invading northern country. He was a bracer who held a special rank only 3 others held in the entire land. The target was too strong. He defeated the boy with the ease of a tiger swatting at a playful cub. At that moment, some of the magician's servants showed up. Since the boy's face had been seen, he was now a loose end to be tied up. But someone came to his aid and drove the attackers away. It was, of course, the man he had come to kill. So the boy was taken to the man's house, where he met a young girl. He lived there for 5 years, always feeling like he was lost in some wonderful dream. In the real world, he would never be allowed to have such dreams. But all dreams must end at some point. The time was drawing near when reality could be avoided no longer. That's the end of my story. Thank you for being patient with me and listening. Was that all real? Every syllable. My heart is broken. My hands will always be stained with blood. I failed in the assassination of your father, and I've been betraying you for a long time. The boy can't be saved from his real purpose. His presence alone seems to bring disaster and misery. He's just tainted. But the boy set out on a journey in hopes he may keep his misfortunes from the ones he holds dear. He will find and stop the foul magician who created the life he has led. That's the last remnant of my human heart. I won't be needing it anymore, but I want you to take it. It's hardly an adequate way to thank you for the last 5 years, yet I can't think of anything better. I said stop it! Stop talking about it like it's a dream. You make it sound like nothing that's happened was even real to you. What difference does the past make? Your heart's broken? What does that even mean? Estelle. Look at me! Look into my eyes! They've always seen that boy, in good times and bad. No matter how much that boy was hurting, I always saw how hard they keep holding on. And then she admits. You can't just leave me on my own. My feelings won't just go away when you do. I won't let you. This is interesting. That's a fast-acting sedative. Don't worry, there are no side effects. Estelle, you shine like the sun. My time with you is the happiest and the most painful I've ever known. Just as the brightest light casts the darkest shadow. If you stayed with me, you'd find out how disgusting my true nature is. Sometimes I think it would have been better if we'd never met. But this time is different. I'm grateful you came to see me. I hate that I have to run from a girl who's so important to me, but it's all I can do. I want you to know I will always be thinking of you. Thank you for everything. You had me from the first moment I met you. I've always loved you. The end. And we gotta mute that. It's just... There we go. Telling you. To be continued. They're in love with it. Yeah, I noticed that too, Takoida. They were actually really good about the dialogue in that section. Just out of nowhere. It was really well written. I mean, I don't want to disparage the rest of the game, but that is a noticeable thing. I didn't get to be a streamer of 9 years by taking chances, Mazanaka. You'll forgive me for muting it. Besides, it's not Falcom. They're not the ones who do the copyright strikes. You think Bethesda comes after me for music? So, let's unpack a little bit. First of all, Compaloosa sucks. We all know that. By which I mean I suck, obviously. Yeah, no, they knew they needed to get that scene right, and they clearly took their time with that. I love the twist. Can I just say that? I absolutely love the twist. It's not like my favorite twist in gaming. I can think of a couple others that are a bit higher tier, but it's still like in what I'd call the top tier of major twists in gaming. I love it. Alba, the reveal of Alba was brilliantly foreshadowed and portrayed throughout the whole thing. And the fact that he just kind of, the way he unveils it, the way he just lays into Joshua and completely mind screws him. Yikes. I also really love how Joshua, like, so clearly has already come to a conclusion of what he's going to do by the time Estelle comes back to see him. Like we were talking about, he had already smashed the mask right back down and had already decided what he was going to do. And then, of course, she finally admits to herself how she feels in front of Shara. And then she admits it to him, and he admits back to her. And that is, of course, exactly why he feels he has to leave. And, of course, the added tragic layer underneath that of the fact... Oh, God, that was loud. The added layer of this is the crime of George Weisman right here. Like, obviously, he's a horrifically evil person who has done many horrible things. Cough, cough, Hamill. Cough, cough, 100 Days War. Cough, cough. Rewriting, humanity. He's done plenty of horrible stuff. But this is an extremely personal thing that he does to specifically hurt the characters and, by contrast, the heroes, the players who actually care. I love how much his screwing over of Joshua has led Joshua to the point where he firmly, legitimately believes that he cannot stay around because he will only be a threat to the people he cares about. I love that. It's stupid in its own right, really. But I'll go and save there. It makes perfect sense why he would make that decision, doesn't it? Is this the intro again? This doesn't look... What am I looking at? There's anime music playing. Okay. Got it. Trailer for 2. Makes sense. Like I said, Weisman is a true sadist. He really just enjoys hurting people. I was gonna say, was this in the original? Because from what I understand, they weren't even 100% sure that a second one was going to be coming out when they very, very first made this game. At least that's what I've read. Oh, absolutely, Mazanak. Especially considering what happens at the end of 2. Hey, look, tanks. And some weird floating castle. I don't know what that is. It's probably nothing. I wouldn't worry about it. Hmm. Oh no, it's Silverhair. And a tank. They really like their tanks. Yeah, exactly, Nerdnick. Here's the animated bits that are in the second game. Woo! So we did it. I want to see something here. So this is the new game plus options. We can carry over our Mira and Septith, our items, equipment, information, status. We can change our enemy strength. Also, originally, this is the only way to access Nightmare difficulty, by the way. That sounds like a good new game plus to me. So I guess I lied, guys. Sorry. This is getting a plus, so we're going up to -1 on gameplay. Sorry. Didn't know there was a new game plus. If I had, I should have just loaded my previous save. But I played in Steam last time, so I don't think it would have worked anyways. Nightmare mode is accessible by default in this version, Job, and I could have turned it to Nightmare at the beginning. I actually don't know if you can import this game into the next one. So story pluses. One moment. What does it carry forward? Like, is it a Suikoden kind of a thing? Or what? Like, what does it do? Ah, few items unlock. Okay. You know, whatever. Carry forward isn't a mandatory thing, although we'll probably give some positives to some games for carry forward at some point. Dragon Age, Mass Effect, Dragon Age Inquisition, and Mass Effect 2 specifically. Yeah, so I want to share something really quick. So I'm not going to spoil specifically, but you saw how that ending was just kind of on a dun dun dun, to be continued kind of a thing. Cold Steel 1 ends in the same fashion. And I think I talked about this to Javan back when I actually played through Cold Steel 1. Because both Trails in the Sky 1 and Cold Steel 1 left me with the exact same mentality. Well, what happens next? What? That's the end? What? You know. Now, by what is effectively coincidence, I have the fortune of playing through these games when their sequels were already out. You may be wondering why it is that I know things about games I haven't played. It's because I had to know. I had to know what was happening next. And I didn't have time to play them. My schedule is crammed, especially for games that are this big. So I started looking stuff up. Like, I was like, okay, what happens in Cold Steel 2? What happens in Cold Steel 3? I would really like to know where we go with this, because holy crap. This is also why I know elements of Trails in the Sky 2, despite having never played it. Salt. That's all I'm going to say about that. Salt. So, yeah, I will definitely give them credits on that. Let's see. So, oh, I bet, Mazunaka. I can't even imagine. Yeah, Blizzard games tend to do the same thing, Game Over, Nate. In fact, StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void, is the only Blizzard game, basically ever, to end truly decisively and conclusively. Every other one has ended on some kind of to be continued note, even if in some cases it takes them upwards of 10 years to follow through on it. It's actually something that bugs me a little bit, if I'm being honest. Let's see. I'm going to give another plus. I'm sorry. I'm going to give another plus. I apologize. Yeah, Diablo 1. We'll talk about some of the older ones. Diablo 1. Funk! What? What? Yeah, no, none of us knew what the hell that meant. You remember the ending of StarCraft 1, Jovan? And on distant Char, Kerrigan knew her ascension was at hand. And that's all it said. It was like, what? Anyways. I know, Loner. I think I mentioned that during the lore run, but if I didn't, I should have, because it's hysterical. Okay, there. I'm done giving pluses. No more positives. God, I'm sorry for being so damn toxic here. Jeez Louise. That's where we're at. Gross. So that actually means that. Whoops. That net. I gotta be honest, that's actually a little bit higher than I was thinking it was gonna be. It really is. I was not actually expecting that to rate as high as that is, but it kind of meandered for a while. I mentioned that. You notice there were huge chunks where we didn't give out any pluses or minuses because it was just kind of coasting. And then all of a sudden the finale came in and was actually pretty damn good, and it was just, whoa. Anyways, thank you, Circus. Very, very much appreciated. If you know where you want to put those bits as far as increasing priority, please let me know. And I gotta spell that right, because it's spelled right. There we go. Trails 2, you got it. Trails 2, no shock. I'm trying to think. Nope, I think that's everything. So what we usually do is at the end of these, we have a bit of a discussion. Now, there will be no rumination about this, because there already is. There's already a modern rumination on this game, just to be clear. But this would be the time to discuss things, if anybody has anything that they want to bring up as far as post-stream discussion. Now, for those of you who haven't been here for one of these, I talk about this every single time. Oh, I need to get a timestamp too, 4:33. I don't come up with anything. I've kind of said all the stuff I wanted to say. So it's on you. If you have anything you want to bring up or discuss or touch on, now would be a good time to do so. We're only going to take about 15 minutes for this because I still haven't had breakfast, and it's past my lunchtime. Grandmaster identity idea? Okay. I think she's Eidos. We know there's other dimensions. We know there's layers, both up and down. No, that's my own take on things, Mazanaka. When I looked up both Eidos' identity and the Grandmaster's identity, neither had anything. To my knowledge, with the sources I have accessible, there is no information on who the Grandmaster actually is. So, Bracer side quests. The Bracer rating side quests. Yeah, no kidding, Mazanaka. Damn it, Dream Whisperer. What are you doing to me, man? That's a good question, Game Over, Nate. We did Ishmelga, and I'm going to keep saying that vaguely, because the name doesn't mean anything if you don't know who it is. Wasn't even revealed to the fourth game, for God's sakes. For the fourth Cold Steel. Ouroboros feels like an ideological group that's pretty much specifically gotten together because the Grandmaster is pushing for something. Of course, we don't actually know what that is, so I don't know much else to say about it. And thank you, Dream Whisperer. Very much appreciate your support, sir. What do I think all the advanced tech in the ruins is adequately accounted for later on? Yeah. I mean, we'll find out about the gnomes in the future, for example. And the other side, I can't remember their name. So. I will say, I think they go a little bit too far into the, I don't have a better way to put this, anime side of things in Cold Steel. Like I mentioned, I keep praising the stakes of this game. Those stakes are going to not stay low in the future. Spoilers. Yeah, there's tons of side content, which I was more or less deliberately not doing, because I thought I'd have Persona 5 here by now. Generally speaking, I go in blind, Cubic Skull. That's my overall approach. Obviously, I do know things about Trails in the Sky, too, so I will not be playing that blind when we get there. But, I don't know. That's my general approach. Like, I don't know what's coming up. I'm trying to remember, but in the future, there are games on the list that I'll be playing that I don't know anything about, that I'm walking into unspoiled. See if I can actually pull up my own website here. There we go. Shut up, stomach. Okay, here we go. Terranigma. I've never actually played Terranigma, so we'll be playing that blind. Trails of Mana R, although of course I played the original. Crosscode, that's going to be blind. And apparently that's it. I've played all the other games on this list right now. When we get to future games like Yakuza Kiwami, or Resident Evil 3 Remake, or Digimon, Bloodstained, those will be fresh playthroughs, blind playthroughs. Anyways. How do I feel about the Zemuria project? It's the exact kind of thing that I would do if I had the power and influence to do it. I would love to spend basically my entire career and 30 years telling one overall story arc, or one world, That's the kind of thing I love to sink my teeth into as a creator, never mind as a player. Oh, that's true. I've never played the Halos, although we don't even have a release date for those yet, Loke. I have no idea, Raven Zero. I don't know anything about Crosscode, really. It's an RPG that I own. That's what I know. I do feel like they do a lot of note-taking when it comes to building their world. And they like to reference themselves constantly, which is good. That's exactly how that should be. Continuity heavy. Do the Ys games slot into the same world? I actually don't know. I also don't... I'm pretty sure Legend of Heroes 1 through 5 have nothing to do with this. A WRPG is usually focused more on the individual and is far more about flow of content, whereas a JRPG is usually focused on a group and is far more about telling a linear story. The easiest way to compare that is to look at Final Fantasy IV versus Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and the contrast becomes apparent. That's how I've always thought of it, personally. I was going to say, I think there's still a few things that we don't know, other than the identity of the Grand Master. I don't know Von Falkenstein. I don't know Raven Zero. I know nothing about Legend of Heroes 1 through 6. Or 1 through 5, excuse me. This is Legend of Heroes 1 6. That's about all I know about that. You have run into the limit of my knowledge on that. Considering we do know about the dimensions and the layers things, it wouldn't surprise me if they try to drag the Ys games in higher or lower. That's true, there's also some Anguis who haven't been revealed yet. And they never will be. When we play as the true main character of Trails in the Sky, or Legend of Heroes, Trails of Heroism. Oliver. We're going to play Oliver, okay? I'm just saying, he should be the main character of the next one. Right? Have I played Ys? I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I've played them before, probably, maybe. No, Joven, come on. It's Oliver, man. He's any of the characters that caught my attention, other than Weisman, obviously. I liked Mayor Maybell. I'm actually not coming up with a lot here. It'll be interesting to see if Chloe's in the future, too. Oh, yeah, Colonel Richard was awesome. Sorry, I wasn't even thinking about him. Yeah, Colonel Richard. He's probably my favorite character in this game. Of this game's cast, who was the most forgettable? Honestly, Agate was pretty forgettable. He was a little bit too straight-faced cliched for me to really care about him. What I remember most about him is he had the highest attack power of my party, and he had an AoE CP usage, and that's about all I remember about him. Significantly. Like, if I take a moment, I could actually sit and think about more things about him, but he was just kind of there. No, Mazanaka. I'm still not sure what I think of Cassius. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, he was fire-based too. I actually forgot about that, but you're right, he was fire-based. I'd probably put Tita at the number 2 forgettable characters. And below her... I don't know. I think they're all pretty equal after that. Yes, Cubic Sculpt. That's exactly it. I know, right? Game overnight. What's funny is, to my knowledge, Weisman is actually an archaeologist, so he does actually have legitimate, knowledge and connections to portray himself as one. I was told that, yes, Javin, but I didn't know that personally. That's funny, Mazanok. I guess they felt the same way I did. Yeah, he's like Indiana Jones, but evil. Like, really, really evil. Not like Bellic. No, no, no. Much worse. Like, you guys don't even know. Anyways. Richard becomes playable in the third. That's awesome. I'm going to go ahead and chop off, I think. We've kind of run out of questions here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for Legend of Heroes 6 Trails in the Sky 1. It has been an interesting game. Simultaneously better and worse than I expected, but that's understandable. So, as a fresh... Hang on, chopping off the little recording.